we go. Well, I'd like to just jump right into it, but I ain't even had any coffee this morning yet. Thank you for joining us again today. Gonna be going over some more blessings this morning, as usual. I hope you're having a good morning. I know, little bro, you pretty chipper. Remind me of myself, we already been down that road. But we are going to get started sooner than later here. No prep up, no build up, nothing. Intentions of the day, or what was on my mind. Let's see if I can pull it back to mind. I had something a while ago, but I was like, don't worry too much about it. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you dare to imagine. Your mind is the key, unlocking your heart to see the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual, and you do have the ability to push away anything that which you desire simply by your existence, and you have the ability to attract and draw into you that which you desire. You and what you do every day are the magnet, and your emotions are the electricity that make it electromagnetic and turn your capacity on to be able to do things that are quantum and just quite out of this world, or perhaps very of this world. Genuine people. I tell you what, I met some genuine people along my way, and in the beginning, sometimes I don't always see eye to eye. And we think we do, but we don't. And then we discover our differences. And then shortly after that, we find out the truth. And normally I don't have people come talk to me after that. But on YouTube, I've had, I want to say three that I've had that kind of occurrence with. And that has been an anomalous rarity that I've never seen. I've never experienced it in my life. I've never experienced someone not hanging out with me and then coming back and being my friend afterwards. I can respect who they are. I don't have to entertain certain comments, and they can respect who I am, and they don't have to entertain certain comments, and we can just be ourselves around each other, and that's unique. That's a wonderful experience. Y'all hearing me okay? Sound coming through? Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men and no one, but the mighty one shall show a guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their wrongs arise. Warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of wind vile, fight the blight, this be dark and night in our right. Zikia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Dingetikia Kampazi, Dingetanacampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me or by your head call, and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, most matrimony, most harmoniously, or harmoniously, family. Renalzi Sekio was on Putura, the head Hirusha, Hanzu Seruka, Korukuti Sheni was more, or Korotuki, the set the doors, I bid you to deep shockings and Sarame. One by Shermatai, so one by Shamanatayas, Waran Nuna, no Nuna, and Naran, Dumbo, Chinching Shorong, and Shanayan, Tarias, Wakumi Sharaya, and Trias, Waha, wing on Premium. Onde Tarashi Vatano Suvakum, Jitrashi, Yatarashi, Varanas, Vaha, Ruda, the Ruda, the Ruda, the Ruda, King on the drone, Chong, Kang, Grong, Hong, Chang, Chong. On Hayabi Sharamatayo Suwakum Hayaba Shamatayas Baha Ahim Rong Onamakusana Mon and Kanum Namas Mantavashara Muham Uhayaro Ringon konging kurung unanganai maya suwa kong manaya yat maya swa ha I wawi we wawi we wi shringon konging kurung on hino kishara patai suwa kong shorti hi chendo hi jibati swa ha nunanina no nunanina nan half klingon konging kurung on shari chibatai suwa kong shishai paratai swa ha wolo 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 Hungrangingrum unagapashanu suwako manakarti buba bibu bear bor obubu bearongamin Reno Sisiki we was on Putur at a head Hirushan Siruka Court Utijen was Maha Rachuki set the tolls I beat to Woody Shakins Nasaraman Parshukushu Paruru Kilma Kapolo Momo Lalabo Pogo Gena Rababo Lugalana Bariku Shara Bakstana Barasaro Paprik when Belulu Moshnabo Poloni Unikampa and Belulu Gugola had Higar Pidishu Kilo Kopolo Kilma Moshel Gurus Luma Bopo Maruka Ragisi who gave Magampra Namro Pakalamos Kene Givilano Sajumashana Sorolim Barmaratu Chizi Mashikana Aruna Aramagi Tumutuku Arakigi Lugu Presidor Kilman Kaikolesi Kornenegi Korneberu Karina Tala Kupano Tuku Kakomas Persona Sakari Mashti Shadow Malamba Kadaku Gadar Marata Korbo Maru Tukuara Corius Sorulu Banmaskin to Dediku Game Lugar Makil Paruku Nada Lugar Makil Panortishu Soroli Muna Banatatu Sare Mashakarano Zulomana Dorbo Gibir Barina Taramatu Tagatuku Mashmashti Sore Mashano Gorsu Kore Masharo Sierra Peti Kubabara Zuzukan Pa Lukalam the Bo Ragni Bo Erkingu Baradimo Waru Kakutamu Ninuam Gashti. We are also Ronopras whom is found perfect before the Nathanum Devkamayal Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also know for the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum coming out shading you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester of matter, of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanum coming out shading you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious Assault over his enemies on the night, that of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Never to Shur, the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jedjertu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes us to Hooty, thanks for the words divine, our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronofras will confirm. Lady Olset and Nevosot Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Liking Linus Kerialista Sare Pertu Martik Tuku Liturni Ishli Ialo Mesher Ken Meshalu Science Yemila Rartur Muksherksha Isaya Riega Viesha Viesha Jelika Dupera Laka Isaya Riega Mutukurum Kimakutu Shami and Sumria Isaya and Sumria Riega and Surmi Yarbiesha, Zumria Zelika in a Zumria Tupira in a Zumria Laka in a Zumria Tatara, Zumria Taxi in a Zumria Koruba in a Zumria Sarnika Nish, Mashkapulu, Nul Nish, and Kibelgi Murilu, Tamatunu Nish, Matruk, Mashmashalani, Lutamatunu Nish, Kishbarkamikunu, Lutamatunu in a Zumria Utabra Sama. Ya tunani barneni ba perik ba agabaez ba kabor ba karbaez agabaez ba perik peneni ba dunani ya korbori ya arin ba agora ya eki ya sakaki ya sakduti ya soru eki ketulu ya Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha and Shubambi Gapsuki Shariga Godash Sharamada Yarik Muru Kalamas Nikuringar Nam Guru Nation Kukari Shumur Kutuzi Arakampaziki Kampakalu Barana Tabara Ashak Baraki Gimbara Laubara Talabara Maskim Bara Rutu Bara Irba Bara Latu Bara Subara Koro Bara Ruku Bara Kigor Bara Litu Bara Tuk Soladin Nazu Allah Soladin Nazu Kim Soladin Nazu Mula Soladin Nazu Dingia Soladin Nazu Maskim Soladin Nazu Bara Edi Nazu Siana Kampasiki Musik sigar bari nagi shashorgi shu ormasha sigar bari sigar shu barai si shalamazer katam tai in your rei sharki oku akbar dangu Dianum dea sarasavito mandamani yavarti nariana sarji shirisana sani vista kiro parmakulu van kaditi hari havan maya paputo shanka karanam skaran mantra Om Ram Mitra Yartam Home Hrim Ravar Yarnam Home Hrum Suya Yartam Home Hrim Banavanam Home Hrum Kakari Yanam Home Hrum Prasnanam Om Ram Harangabar Hari Yartam Home Hrim Mari Karianam Om Hrum Mari Yartam Home Hrim Savitnam Home Hrum Markarianam Om Baskaranam Om Hrum Hrim Hrum Sri Forsor Yarnamaha Parasi Ayasas Namaskari and Yakovranta Dine Operation Palamir and Tesha Tesam Kajayarte Hong Kring Mong Heroes or Hong Kring Mong Shamashaka Shapia Kashapia Episha Mush Epistia Kimati Nor Kutoshula Rimli Shulu Lizurbu Atatuku Epitashunu came a man out to Inatikili Tushuru Mutuma Nakulu Blui Shunulini Shumanakulu Radinin Shunoliti Shurmanakulu Tari Terama Shaluti Shakarshapti Sharushi Arpushi Shurki Arki Shurpu Using or Koko Shabakampam Bikera Kibil Kashuru Manayandu Tushti Rani Golia Maniki Ispariazi Yazi Dingier Yarakampa and Kimoro Korsemitoki Shabu Banana and Shemtorina Hankisporbok Bil Pakera Siaga Kampaka Kambat Durbu Shariel Min Kunushi Sharigula Kunushi Sharigulani Kunushi Shariguli Kunushi Shariguli Kunushi Sharigulani Kunushi Sharigulani Kunushi Shariguli Katin Kunushi Sharigulani Kunuli Kutina Somari Atu Kapatasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharamoshi Churu Shisharim Nutizis Animal Wani Rambuti Mayara Barbi Dina Tilinda Osi Kunushi Wani Mushiti Amasaratis Masaratis Bait Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Yaravaloni Shamashkori Yamasaratu Ziki Akampabar Golomana Tiachatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnum Hembistan Vietnam Home San Kubarari Yartamatu Mutav Kubara Nabakaro Trompri Vidatu Bumi Devia Metondu Mutav Nuksakaro Maria Kina Netafisaram Tari Neka Tausu Korea Terte Sepsan Marsirio Tuxotrata Tata Isarawami Sanari Yartam Haomi Yamtra Yartam Hakobstrop and Rom Tesosak Wagnaya Metan Kobistrop Nuksek is Autunam Sex or Kentucky's Wexaka Kartekanan and Kabek Tagnek or Ser Tepsaruta Pek Mercola Kuluta Agnium Namagnari Yartamaha Umam Yamada Yarnam Har Happy Yarmo Mapsara to Shara Yamatan Happy no copy sex Saranam sex Temta Tet Sek Atak Huwi Nekayarte E Creek or Tana Nectapta Mormatu Yanu Yan Neri Raksasam Samraksar Yarnam Home Pambarunar Yarnamha himself Paruna un Varu to Sarmalaria Metamami Satin himself Sarunam Saxaruna Pegments of Sanutuni Copetera Maltun Ratas of Zidangarana Compositing Erkia Composam Pale Biomiam Vior Vertamham Morsri Morcola Morulu Mormatu Misleading Erana Compositing Erkia Compotu Torata Kulutura Zagduti Takala Yarnu Yanil Yarni Sabbeo Umrim Bonamartner Namahar Ramuna Momohar amongst Harto Luxus Ray Metan Caprano Pacabram Cabra 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 Cabru Cabra Cabru Nebem Cabrasha Cabram Penemra Malulu Azagduti Takala Neshat and Nemo Mahar Shirt Teu Salma Satium get the depth secretary Nebanarut and Sue Netter Om Hrim Kom Surya Yartamha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartamha Om Hrim Shrim Shumangali Yartamha Om Hrim Shrim Bambur Yartamha Om Hrim Brahm Braspata Yartamha Om Hrim Shrim Shukrat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshana Yartamha Om Hrim Shrim Sopulo Verdamha Om Hrim Shrim Ketu Verdamha Japkusum Samkar Shamkashi Payamaha Dairu Team Tamarim Sarapapa Pagnam Tana Tismi Divakaram Dari Shankatu Sharbam Keshorodana Vasambam Namami Sharnam Samap Samur Momukur Habusharnam Taraning Karbasam Botam Vetu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Priyangu Kreke Sharmam Rupernam Pratimam Burham Somyam Somyam Kono Pertam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devaram Chadri Shernam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Location Tam Namami Priyaspatini Munkuntam Marina Lavam Deyalam Paramam Gurum Sorba Sosal Paraptaram Pargavam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Sambas Rabi Putram Yamagrajam Suchar Yamatarna Samportam Tam Namami Shana Swara Matarkari Yamahaberiam Sundrati Javi Martardam Samiku Gorbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Parasa Pushpasam Klashan Taraka Graham Stakam Rorum Rorum Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Brahman Morodi Tripon Kari Panu Shashi Burni Suta Burasha Kurusha Shukrasha Ringori Ketus Ravakraha Mama Suprapartam Kurume Sharti Shati Sharti Om Borbor Smoram Tata Peter Vanemata Godwasia Termali Yono Pratchudayat Om Tata Swaha Hari Om Tata Swaha Nanasin 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 Nanasini Anamra Siti Asini Ananavasamakana Sayakia Kampamagapati Nana Kampama Street and Anazia Kampama Yamagia Gamagia Sagastena Kiashta Kuishna Bokuruna 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 Bokurios Mercurios Yastro to Ankarku Yazianambo Morsasi Prunias Canapasal Sakish Talas Canapa Nabosa Tantos Canapa Yakashia Sasha Kulamani Yashia Mankari Story Bari Yagushia Yarnana Yarnani Yashtapa Parchacha Karani Yarani Loya Story Canapa Inanaziarma Kampapisarma Kapaya Yapayus Lurki Shmashuru Yaduria Surulusi Sekatamani Yatariachi Partalak Marti Yakanpazi Dingeru Yakampazi Rustu Yakampazi Stasi Daguzi Verodukanpa Yashtakanpa Yaran Gormasabaru Nor Gomasabaru Nor Gormasabaru Nergomasabaru Yaran Korea Yazian Karkanpa Yan Kariasian Karniani Gari Yazi Gerni Yakanpa Yakatalamak Yatarakampa Marukumu Paramuarukumu Padu Marukumu Padum Sigala Yarda Gari Amakmo Borunesh Yamarutu Yatuku Surim Sukurim Sarim Sakari Mike Sanag Sakana Bayalo Kuku Inip Kamano we are Duki and Dare as Batu Kuber Teriku Baga Kampa Pelti Zag but Pasak Baron Noiseling and Ushuki Gamsugi Shiri Garash Sharamara Yaringur Kalamas including Garnam Kuryu next one Kukariash Shmurus Kutu Ushuvajini precious Atom Mamshujash Vakranatram Korin Parani Devi Ubarti Parandiaranu Pratam Charasi Vishvahar Reum Devikari Yardia Namahakarya Yarni Mahammaria Mario Gin Yardeshwari Nam Gupsurtam Devi Parti Mekuru Namaha Osara Sarastota Diane Gata Demeticali Yarnar Nar Ichimani to Guerlin Vael Noton on board was Hata Vitor Varnia, but Kota Vasia, my Yeduno, no Prachudaya, Ipsos, Ipshosh, Cornishon to Torota, Torora, Taro, Torora, Rarato, Abrahata, Ungong, Gangang, Yang, Yang, Gong, Krang, Kring, Hong, Bangang, Hung, Shrink, Tong, Gong, 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 Tong, Ba. Malabaka Kidagu Gadar Mara Barbadu Kakudamo do Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Erkingu Baradimu Sari Mashikaranu Adu Kakudamo Adu Kakudamo Lugaran Mara Karba Malapaka Kadu Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Baradimu Adu Kakudamo Sara Lugadar Mara Karba Malapaka Kidag Om Trampakame Shamas Sukumdim Pustivar Haramor Varu Kami Babaratman Yomu Sheri Aternamha Rim rim hum hum chum shum krum krum maku ke shum krum krum rim shrim 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 hum hum rim shrim shrim shum krum kuchierka krum chum hum amare agri forana poro alsiken lai ora shukrai yartnamha shum shrim him pasom de mede hi sukrai svaha kring 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 kali swaha sarvabi samedehi memhali kernamha sanking sho julang zun san ching sho ju wulang zun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Ram Merte Ramme Maro Ramme Sastur Ram Taturian Ram Nam Varanatne Umbani Karikan Namo Makanari Avera Raman Heva Kantune Adi Ramai Tano Tanti Prachudaya Vakatunda Ma Karya Sorry Kori Sama Prava Near Quatnam Kurume Devar Sarva Karyeshwar Sarvara Shri Guru Shara Suru Shara Shnish Mane Mukure Surha Parlora Gupar Timoja Sujura Gupar Chorbur Hi Tano Jani Kusumir Pavan Kumor Borbur Hi Vidyatur Ohe Rahu Koles of the Garje Hariman Gon Guns Garje Karbis Tune Loku Jarga Ram to Dudley Padama Jani Pudupra Pavan Sortna Mahama Vekamba Shangi Kumati Nivos America Sangi Kanchon Voran Bore Subesa Karan Kundo Fuchi Kisa Hot Bojro Urdu Borje Perroje Korte Borchore Sorge son corsu Vankusnain and Dantesh Protama Jagvarnan Vidivankuniaki Chaturan Koshkari de Guator Prabu Tritik Surabikurasia Ramla Kansita Manvasia Srikuru Soron Soros Rashnish Manemukura Surhor Parmuro Uvor Pimosa Sujur Aku Porchor Turhi Hin Tarnu Jarni Esumero Pavankumor Borburi Vidia the Humoyara who Coles of the Gorge Haruman Gon Guns Gorge Capistiu Loku Jarga Ram to Tadali Pardaman Jani San Sort Namaha Mahavevi Kwambashani Kumarini Bors America Sangi Konjon Varam Boresh Besikaran Kunukuchi Keso of Bosro Vorje Perroje Corte Bordi Jarre Hus Horje so Corsuvan Kushnin and Dantesh Protama Jak Vartan Video Varkuni at each Trom Koshkari de Kuata Prabutri to Surabikorasia Ramakan Sitaman Masia Suksmaru Dari Siari di Karma Vikaru Dari of Karjara Maru Dari Asor Hasan Kare Ramachandrike Kason Parte Aya Sarchi Kanjia Yeshri Aragu Varishi or Yeragu Parikini Baur Barai Tum Mampriar Barati Sambai Sas Paratum Haro Yash Garveus Kar Hishri Parikanto Garve Sankaring from Barade Morvesan Ratsari Desa Yanku Pardi Gorja Hante Kavika Vorid Karhi Sarke Karante Tumu Korsu Rabahin Kernel Ramiari Rashpartenet Moro Rontra Vivarsharan Maranalanga Suvar Bariesu Jag Jarnal Yuk Sahasra Jojan Porbar Lula Yortari Marvor Porjarnu Prabrumatrik Merli Muk Marie Jarkatilangi Karvea Shrajanahi Torgaham Karjagan Kerjete Suparamanu Grahatum Reti de Ramdore Tumrag Vare Warang Yab Bernu Pasar de Sul Surgalehi Tumhari Saran Rum Rakshar Kavukur Larnar Pante Samarupe Tien korn lord kan ter korumpe borbesarshni karnargina vema veranjab narum surne venasa ro harre sapir jabarnaran tar harumon bera sankate harumon chorbe ve mon korom fochon jan blurl ve superam tapas vera jatin ki karse tum sarasha or marurat Whatever face or here the Jorvan for Vecharan you part up tomorrow, Prosiraja, Aroje, Yara, Sarusan, Kertum Rakware Surnikan Ram to Harde Ashrasiri Navneri Kerataus Warndian Janki Mararam Rasahana Tumhara Pasasara Rahura Gupari Keras Tumhara Barashan Ram Vorpe Vejaram Janam Kertuk Masurave and Koragu Verporjari Jaram Jarnam Bari Barkahari Orde Tajina Darde Yagmotser he Solve Surkarte Sankar Karte Mite Sapira Josumera Haruma Bobera JJ Harman Gosin Kripkoru Buru Dev Gyarna Hinjusar Barbor Karekurgi Jorteri Parti Mahasu Forgi Joria Parte Harmachali Sohoria Seri Sarki Kori Sutursira Sarahari Chara Korji Das Hotari Mindira Papartnai Sankat Saharan Mangkor Mortiru Pramla Kasita Sarhit Sarari Svasa Husu Om Maharagava Shorsi Saparasatva Shahum Pamho Ganesh Ram Charendi Parnyamung Namapur Om Mem Hring Shri Mem Kum Mem Namo Bhagavati Patali Parhi Parhi Paramuki Antartini Nama Rudini Nama Jambajabini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Sambastamini Nama Salvadusta Pradusta Ham Salvesam Salva Barik Siachak Mukatadri Siwa Paran Kuru Siwa Vasya Mem Glum Tai Ta Tau Mastraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mane shira shirete shabi shabi tasado mukuda mukuda shabi shabi sobi shabi shai shai sindi shabi darani yorok bashani nevi tabanda tata ne pitan dal or shudai kurim kure rade yatari shuga sham sami pori bengi tri jitre taru mario shete sugino kushana bashu bashudai matara matara shana roto roto kishara shara shataria paramanaya taria sara makara zoruki mutiari rate nene nene data ichi nene ichi ari nana nabi kunabi akena kari kendari sendari matagi Chukuri Borushari Achi Devi Devi Ni Devi 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 Roka Roka Gata 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 Tata Tata Tana Tana Kushari Tana Shuradi Shuradi Shurahachi Parasane Surubarane Batani Surubai Shubatani Soyahabi Shani Soyi Karani Soyahaga Sugar Rate Surbasishim Ishkara Dai Surbasari Mosh Reset Surbasari Dakio Sharaya Toya Shirbi Anya Manya Mana Mama Nesri Sama Samita Vesata Mukta sama jaya saya sara sata samite darane loki besel pete vexare ni hilio abi tadini vista mentare parisulo kulo mukule yarare parade sukaksi sama bolo merukiti dama pariksi sama ne korsare ne kori bai vestoni montro siata rut saya partai bai kulo balu roman nentai spaha shvala mahashvala kitu kemuku gara partner natwati tini vitini sitini natwati swaha arte tarrenate panate nari konari swaha kari kadalai medagang pagkasi sangkuli brusali sisi swaha itime meni meru heru stues swaha adana patane dana kusala dana sarada pada peseni sudane apatani sampatani sama pariksi de segmene katani sama pariksi de sabra kusula karte semifektiano partali swaha Sasam sahu wong hong chong ong tong ko so bong kim so ong kring gong so gong mong hong chong ong hung shring haring ara ring gong heru sor hara ong bom grum ong grang grong ong tam ting gong chong ching chong ong krang ting ong dong ting ong bom ting ong chong ching chong ong krang ting ong ching chong ong krang ching bom dum chong ching chong gong so ong shring gong shring haring ara ong heru sor bang king so ong gong du hung Danish Nora and Pasha Datu Famashukunai Ramachi Humushu Nora Mamnas Bavatra Mira Nora Omnas Bavatra Mira Nora Fugushura Ora Mugisera Yokushira Ora Muhuru Gandali Matangis Babucher and Bushno Namo Boy Bartnis Nisang Umrus Full Tis Sul Karasur Bartsanis Vaha Short Kanji Bosum Lolis Vaha Zishi Bosum some churches Vaha Tarabosu Namasamata Boharam Karuna or Babataranis Vaha Senju Senjin Kaji Bosu Passion Darban he Marto Kanji Bossu Omna Turubava Hum Patvaha George Menkaji Bosum Hakurunika is Vaha Jundai Kanji Bosum Karakoli is Vaha Nordin Kanji Bosum Parmeser Malish while home concourse Sato Boshlet Sarva Harnia Botus so Omdi Shiri Shuta Vishari is Vaha Bojan Bosum Samian Swam Moncho Bosu Manama Kana Maroku Bosu Omatre is Vaha Jizur Bosum Haha Pisman is Vaha Corso, Bosu Sunamo Corsico Pario, Malik Mali Mulis, Vaha, Nicolo Bosu, Om Yudot Svaha, Gokula Bozu, Om Kantrabai Svaha, Furdol, Mayonaman, Samantha Vajranam, Kanamorsanas, Otori, Hum, Tratam, Bozanzemo, Om, Sonbandi, Sonbahum, Shashrohum, Padu, Kundari, my Om, Amtrahum, Pat, and Toku, my Om, Srikalurum, comes Vaha, Kunguri, Yashomo, Om, Pashri, Yaksahu, Maisen, my Om, Maraga, Vashus, Nisavasha, Sarpa, Jahum, Pabru, Jaku, my Om, Maru, Svaha, Sarbo, Gorginum, by Svaha, Kungurson, King, Num, Paracha, Svaha, Sering Shiroji, Janasi, Svaha, Chikukutan, Trasara, Pramarana Svaha, so Chotanam Veraki, Axibrai Svaha, Komokutum Verbak, Sanangipatai Svaha, Tomotrum Visravani Svaha, Pensatinum Sarasvati Svaha, Daikokutum Mahal Karari Svaha, Kichi Jortro Marsri Svaha, Karitai Mom Durmaliari Svaha, Daikiri Nomri Svaha, Marichiti Nomarisi Svaha, Daishukongiti Nomikam Svaha. Om Brahma Hartnim Serari Brahmim Partono Veramana Ye Vermahe Haranya Korbari Ader Mahitano Brahma Prajurer Om Jodrok Makarya Vermahe Mesru Daria Der Mahitano Brahma Prajurer Om Hrim Shem Hrim Sosa Chikam Brahma Brahma Jajaram Pratharma Purusha Devi Para Purushu Venava Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Guma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Prashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usagnapt Herferkim Ram Kaibina Hororati of him Ken Bosel Kesu to Nesor Kurti Haf Basti Raratui or himself or him beside Nemar Canamuse or Tiu Turtur Menti Martu for Uru Kermusic Keru Nekenu Kenmenti honor to Pepin Sera Keru Nemperu Sekriu Nembabori of Temtem Sepuari and above I who Chikarki Nehem Kul Nehem Nefurches or Tepane Picharbu Tramprem Tortor Sable Sea Floridi and Riving it Roving and Normundo Magis Chef Perfecto Nur Itromania the Monski Labulski Rubia Fiori Argurufin Fertile Fortin or Tinrigida Free Verting Vertigus Virta and Gessi Garcia Tarexi Tarek Bertler Border Planfield Thor 44 Wien Week or Wiskar Vier Sergi area Vosonskjor för Leivskoltrunskjärfi Sermingjärn Vingjärn Serfju och Father Haran Hiran Korn Korn Kusin Kuroski Jorni Bifridi Biflindi Svitorsi Tirvi Trier Jornir Övriga mer svågun från Fjom från Motul Stidir Herid Srikli Vir Liga Tergjul Milspirni Fulheim Elfen Gargan Kogapi Merlon Kalmir och Dulmen Bori Born Pesla Ordin Ville Vevum Surmungan Belgen Mer Osri Visti Nutri Sutri Min Kod Slepni Rasa Tor Norfi Naga Forli Orden Nordi Uterling Ser Nerskin Faxi Hrin Faxi Indi Frere Luna Solor Vakos Queenspir Hjerki Bergia Serisi Mirvir Fiskul Harti Rover Insini Jorn Vidiori Tarvorga Chemvingor Osors Nieturin Narin Mludri Surdrius Rivistri Atreo Vorli Nord Ner Daily Furbo Bombor Nori Ordio Nor Woin Morfit Ner Vigor Lovin of Florin Fili Forandin Valley Troin Tekli Virt Ner Nara Records Vintrop Ner Dois Vori Warhol Tori Herli Floyd Dory Wardy Dorfan Varli hier die Firli Horsi Rio Verlier Loper Skier Bier Skalfin Aior Jerki Skaldi Fofos die Fingin Nar Jagdrezier weer Verdandi Skoper Public neer Rim Bier Walla Skep German Jord Vern Ardeling Vernplein Haag Spreeks Varses Frasli Verloning Winsford Wasaras Nerudin Friglor i Avinaria Parni Yavis no the Mardia Manas Marnia Vista Yamagarsan Bortadariam Vistatara Yatararia Sapsara Sakara Tardi Viar Hornikarunde Parimala Pari Borgiaskarunde Sri Parti Padara Verde Baba Bari Yachiarte Varnde Saria Biberga Barme Nathatava Ham Nam Mama Kinas Bam Samudro Hitanka Gavagarna Samudro Natanka Uterfananka Nargavi Nunurja Danuja kula mirtra mitra sertroste babartina babartikim babatera sikarta masubir biara bartrai bravatara barta sarta vasurtan parames vara palipaliu babata baba papito hamda motara kura mandera sundara bandara ipinda Govinda 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 Baba Jalar Dir Matar Mandara Paramandara Mara Parayatvam Menariana Corona Maria Sararatnam Karvarnita Vorko Coronoiti Satpari Maria Varanana Saroja Saravasartuiti Srimataram Hamsapari Vrajakara Siasya Sri Govindar Maria Varpurija Parasa Siasya Srimachakara Bhagavarta Kurtosat Paristutram Samburnam Kuberudananda Srita Raja Rojodana Svorodani Simon Priya Tarmodani Yu Dani Kubriya Darsinyo Dami Vrata Dayar Varanto Dara Vrata Divilak Sana Sambonun Dina Rajara Sarika Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Dera Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samaraksano Sarka Neri Svaro Nera Lombo Neri Nampari Palakani Yanta Nerkun Karanis Karmo Neru Parava Navaraga Samaroju Navasaka Pravataka Mansketro Rantisa Mahoguna Karan Vitaria Shniko Yajna Sarta Yajran Boryar Yajra Sarka Rajar Kandru Ramarti Sora Jarko Raja Pujirta Visitra Parsertia Visarkar Manak Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Vanju Vandulu Janavasala Verupak Sapriyatum Veragi Visvoru Mukasovyaptu Sarananda Sarvasati Samanveta Samantarata Somyo Sarva Pardar Viraka Supritu Sulapa Somo Sarva Karyatu Dandara Samakana Pruya Saksarave Baba Vasri Verajita Svaharna Samprito Wakilana Pravartaka Yoyorkana Sampritam Tarsvardana Priya Kampramavasi Ahankaravi Vorjitu Darbudir Dharmarya Pavona Varaharna Kinaresu Visravana Kakala Pravartaka Stalakshmi Samrayukta Vayaktu Mala Vigraha Lukaratu Lukapaliu Lukuvarnu Sulu Sara Sulaba Sulamarga Surtusan Karanda Priya Santa Sutran Kunu Perasas Varta Suranga Virha Sarvagamarchu Sumarti Sarve Genera Karka Sankarhasta Dara Sriman Param Joroti Parapara Samarikura Sampara Soranyo Dena Vasara Parubagare Paparagna Tarundia Sanane Padarta Sarve Guru Perata Surendra Sambe Varapa Visvagyarto Viet Paria Narantanya Siarta Prata Kale Perte Sutram Suserbur Vertenendenet Tenat Pernoti Brusa Sriam Tenendra Sarnipam Itis Vicubere Sutram Omyacharya Kuberaria Vishravaraya Dararya Dipadaria Dararya Sabri De Merteri Tavaria Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Perishvaraya Tama Om Shrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mamagari Hera Rampararia Pararia Tamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shim Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yacharya Kuberia Vishravarya Tana Akashanaria Sarvaloka Vasikararia Tanadarya Ripataria Tanatanya Samrudir Merderi Tapari Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Acharya Racharya Vermaya Laikidasarya Dermahi Tara Kubera Prachuraya Sikia Kampasi Arakapa Zidi Yerkia Kampasi Yerana Kapasi Gugi Magampra Siki Kampasi Arakapasi Ki Kampasi Arakapasi Kerki Kapasi Arakapaka Kumashkar Sana Siki Kampasi Arakapasi Ki Kampasi Arakapasi Kerki Kapasi Kerarakabalu Galab the board I can go Ziki Zikia Kampasi Arakapa Om Namo Hum Trakaranu Sumarum Gagas Matraya Solomani Argosari Samita Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dragarambi Om Solomani Sruma Vajra Varum Shrim Hrim Hrim Konu Gurpataya Varava Sarvasha Jarme Vasha Marie Swahata Por Sharki Vermaya Vakrutundari Adermaitan Danti Prachudaya Om Shartihi Om Kanahari Yaksai Artama Om Kanabar Karapatari Artama Om Lambrura Radi Artama Om Hring Kring Hring Om Kanatari Avera Marhe Vakrutundari Adermaitan Danti Prachudaya Om Shrim Hrim Krim Doom, Jwala, Jwala, Shuli, Aja, Jamania, Sarvas, Troop, Samara, Chebala, Bankuru, Dushkla, Hum Pazwa. Arunam Karuna Charangi Tarchin to Tapushan Kusha Pushpa Para Chapapari Pira Bruta Maikara Hamerieva Vivaparatni Shri Mara Shri Maharani Shri Marasena Sharmashwari Chidani Kona Sambuta Devakari Suburyata Uria Baru Sarasra Charo Baru Samavira Sharga Varupa Pashara Kura Kunakuju Falo Monorupa Shukurana Pachata Matla Saya Ganesha Runa Prapapura Pasha Brahmana Mandala Champaka Suga Pernaga Sorikan Tikala Sakachakuru Finda Manishanin Kanakuru Mandita Shrami Chandravi Prajadal Kistala Shorapita Buka Chandra Kanan Kabal Muluka Nabi Vishakavarana Maramankaria Kuruaturam Chili Kabako Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Minapalo Chananava Champapa Pushpa Nana Satana Vera Chili Tatakari Tataskari Nasabarana Basur Kandapama Chari Kuta Kanapura Manohara Kanka Yukari Puta Tapanadu Pomandala Parmaragi Shila Doshet Papi Vai Kapalobo Nava Vedruma Pambashin Nakari Chara Veniu gomas senti petrega manchus che sia papara maresi praticando senti petrega trovate umsham swahasa ki parke la kam senti petrega ptijo tom job veniu geria salinensa un kasia papara sart nam har sarti praticando senama moke senti petrega trovate yaina mari di um bishari kendama hui swahasa ta yartama para yo fakere kari yartama na boru veniu geria yartama sormingi tiari salines krom kusti biom nama rim tarjani biom nama rim pari biom nama hara mari biom mari biom nama Krim Karistikia Biam Namaha Kam Kurikulo Katrasapiam Namati Korenia Sakroma de Yartamaha Krim Supisaras Bam Sekai Pasram Kapakayum Nim Troy Pasar Kolomas Repedi Sanginis Books Romirti Tikbadan and Ram de Petrocoma de Viris Karis Patipini Dipati Divide Varas from Chigaming Pampa the Mika Garam Sum Poming Makasmiki Pop Yami by Vermiki to Bomakura Piami Ramagami Dipanda Sami from Tapiki Yam from an Everium never Yami some Swamiki Subakora jam samar pami jam pamala matro mamala maria sava motor soro pini katro saliniasa sasmanya sidi da papa guru matrom rim sita guru presido rim atu sidi petrogel matrom krom mahing mam torke rime ya basaya basay rim dum torke rim krom was wasana gani skroma dai kartama rim sori sras vam sikai basram kawai hum nem troy was kromos profeti saningin box rumeti di memo kadang de petrogel mahadeva de skadis for finiti pati di de hebarsum chikaming pangapijam pili mikai kitem sunat paming amuk semiki pipijam vampara miki itu pengkora peli kami yaraman kami kia di mana suami am termiki am termah nemper yam niapre sami semua miki sempukara perjam sempanami semar param dia tigil tri vamukara makarapam japam sena buat tu bete vi prasala mi stero japam mantala malam from vamale sabada vama priti subaba vom sembu Korusia me patria sofiaram kadehi me omrim sitia now ingin saugrain hugonom no sukoros tio bormoro juro toto surto mar like tag kadu to me af materski papena hipsi be colore garken dir medico meni omoko am dala verlu be fubo adverter pons pioso piero pos force of monk eg mor jong no bor la bors for bom mek perde verdu meni mai kailma ni or vi be mer be me ren per mor nerven or bos or do bors mer big be also for under Neosnel Velo or near George Ponce, Vane open main campus Gununga and Gos Vorki, Bors Bors, Sirnia Bors Bomni of Lumer, as Mim Go Megorans, Corpus or Skern, Surnana, Salar, Steina, Basvos, Kurun, Solbot. Sornen sarni malna herdi or grihon homnin chorbur sol nevisi avor soli arti marni nevisi avar miken zati stoshno nevisi avor strike kinjen kuelo rotstolo kenenglo ko pop bar gatux no kop nijon no konon kopu morgin her tu ob nijon dakar tora katan kroma ter jorheto tatsala bel very bars work over hom blumbo aflo lord blue Ops me bobo at that thou wool mot hanges tot go blue ter tui torni tir voku for blame the turkeys want on calling ones for a work moon for some major more short of the diamond kitchen region quillo roxol getting go pop tux ever sketchy for good throat talks keep your blames probably or blame solution vos most show motor over blame will go or torino nor bam lincoln more on go each or blue Sem Dorin Sagdi Honk Bo Vel Goria Bo Bekanga Neoles Bo Serdia Mets Vuro Vorgi Peter Bushmak no Bronco Helen Norgi no look Bernam Lim Yabrois Plan Durangur Yumbre Spref Darwin Mordin Empresa Melo Orca Trada Bertartur Mogo Jala Pela Bixel Nista Teterum Tenatarton Brigaterone Grand Antonum Pentwintrens and Lindorn so ring war for ring war so Serreta Sarfair two Freer Lachlin Monacron Blondun Comfort 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 alle van 2017 door zo rig wall voor rig door oseret SR4 2 flare Echlin monochrome war loon Oros way war Oros Corel race or week luat will preda we Orosi Oros com sintificilio trustro Corum prenes nesir penitus coris verdivion desolenturgus ipse Corionum dominis orpins arvis ester narvis fortis non difficilius sed impossibile vos garde. Domine dos omni potens rex argenet dominus domine doium in curius mortu omnis victoria constitet omne bellum contratur recuprius mervis virum fomins turme ser delor tertus magnificentis arverim cum hel arverim cum hel arverim cum sexum forsum montum parum darvi natat volumen conaturum Draconis, Nindarimondor, Dulor, Nirtimon, Shertana, Shertromos, Moxamos, or Shalamos, or Neonot, Kultvos, Patuto, Spelten, Ver, Ossicunoscia, Lanimushiti, Kunu, Ossi, Orsitum, Caraltum, cum tum ossi varitum, fabritum, namritum, ashashur, cashartu, cashaparni, eli, nirtum, ubi arani, eli, yau, ashrari, yau, sisu, eli, yaeli, mergi, ya, amru, asanaku, indicula, salaldu, musharu, era, Uin tarda aldu ubi yau, puntipi, yau, prusu, mema, shriti, yau, martu, Erwin Ruzer Tuti Rizeri Birizis Armia Quaniora Puti Shimarta Barbi Dini Dina Lati Libra Pus Alam Karshati Ur Kashati Ya Sharkepi Shiau Mushrep Sharia Ismasarati Sharmushi Lipshuru Jil Nuti Pishaluruz Aluli Shatnur Shaluru Taptu Shari Bu Amarli Burti Yakima Saubuli tartur shari pusha shirshpi ki matar dili jarniki orusha porturu ebetursha solu kalamartursha zarla masari nagi viti ulu elari mushirtum Salmani yar nar pagorita kira tu pira samani yar nar pagorita kira tu pira samani yari ti pagorita shni aladu pira samani ini ishti pagorita shni aladu pira samani yaki max pagorita kira tu pira samani yar na kukurari krap kira tu pira samani yar na gori dapsa tu pira samani yai na skupati Sushni aladu pira samani yai na ini shaduri dapsa tu pira samani yai na kishpot kapkira tu pira Siningaringi and Compasiringaringi and Compasiringan Lula and Compasiringan Lula and Compasiringan in Kukoren and Compasiringan in Kukoren and Compasiringan in Darshorima Compa Siningan in Darshorima Compasiringan and Dula Saka Compasiringan and Dula Saka Compasiringan and Dula Laka Papa Sikampa Siningan in Hurdil La compositing and Meshera compositing and Meshera compositing and Martin and La compositing in Martin and La compa sitting is Schmasek Martarni Artara and Buller Malkan compositing get about a board or called their Gundir Rayanerka compositing Karen near your garni in Kara Lurna Yarnsa Gunga Garsar Karin Nertanpa sitting at a compositing 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 and a book compositing carriage compositing shamashu compositing and a port compositing and a mother compositing and any but or compositing and a key compositing and a non key of compositing and a low coragi compositing and any low landing coragi compositing and any bibio sharaki compositing and any coragi she and baba paragi compositing and a non calcolade compositing caramu Ujuksul allows or kitim sul mulau certain kirsur maskim sul ziaran kambaziki kampa siringin lola kor kor karegi kampa siringin lola ning kor koregi kampa siringin ini bebiola shoregi kampa siringin ini kor koregi kampa siringin ranur ringker kolale ni kampa siringin rana kampa siringin ki kampa papa papa rararte marata papa papa rararte ker ker ne asagora sak bimur nater am tar karwazir bimur nater sur kor bimur nater salwasur kar bimur nater kertim suri bimur nater kara sur kar bimur nater dir zur kar bimur nater imir diar nerhas biar bar de biar shar tiar timar nuka shar tu shar tolu tani Omai agree variat namum avislar ver namum kisavariat namum arusadariat namum gobinariat namum punarkaxariat namum vistar ver namum visumbarariat namum harariat namum ariyayat namum sarvakisariat namum sarvadarariat namum sananariat namum nerarariat namum nerkarariat namum nersarariat namum nerparavariat namum neranjanariat namum niskalankariat namum nitarariat namum neramararia namum seranmarariat namaha saksiyate namum saranyayat namum saravadaya kariyat nama srimate namum lokatradisariya namum sivariya namum sarapskarparariya namum peravararte namum peradariya namum peravariyayat namum paradhanariya namum paranyayat nama purnariya namum panyatre namum panyakatariya namum paraparariya namum paramamarne nama parasmart namum parasariya namum parikariya namum parariya namum sarvadamakariya namum peraser namum paraparikariya Namahom Sakalo Paradis Verjayat Namom Niskalariat Namom Sarvaskarate Namaha Umaskalaman Muntrayu Tarstariat Namom Paraparariat Namum Purna Porosariat Nama Sarsariat Namum Saraniyayat Namom Parasvarariat Namum Santariat Namum Tataria Nam Jitu Krahariat Namum Chitametrayat Namom Jagamariyayat Namum Jamarataria Nama Shivarya Namum Jadaria Namum Jadana Sanaria Namum Japaparia Namum Japasuria Namum Japakarate Namaha Prekarte Namum Vivaver Namum Vivararia Namum Visvaruparia Namum Visvariputta Namum Verustaria Namum Virus Spartaria Namum Santidaria Namum Krasarkararia Namum Sraya Pradaria Namum Srati Maria Namum Sraya Sampadaria Namum Isvararia Namum Nasartaria Namum Maratara Luparia Namum Prandaria Dias Parataria Namum Avactaria Namum Avactaria Namum Savaksarin Namum Tamaharaya Namum Vajara Sakaria Namum Jarin Namum Purna Kandra Samprabaria Namum Janadaria Namum Vajapararia Namum Yogi Namum Yogisaria Namum Sarvakamarataria Namum Hori Yorgen Namum Merne Namum Marasaria Namum Sresam Namum Saria Namum Paramahapsaria Namum Visvukuptra Namum Viraja Namum Surhasparti Kasakara Kasaria Nama Jatmar Dalas Myortaria Nama Maria Mayandaridaria Nama Sarvigis Varasvararia Nama Pranavorkita Ruparia Nama Verahar Karamarkarte Nama Iti Sri Hayagriva Stutara Santamavali Manatayo Namaha Saria Namo Gararia Namo Kulabukararia Namo Mukarmaria Namo Manamisitaria Namo Arabantaria Namo Vero Koraparia Nama Vishnu Priya Namo Versuyaya Namo Vitamararia Namo Visararia Nama Cesaria Namo Sarustania Namo Paramanti Taria Namo Maprakudari Namo Momenti Kararia Namo Makrapasapania Namo Momda Subtuya Nama Umagaru Paria Namo Valaria Namo Basakaria Namo Paraparakaria Namo Varakararia Namo Pasavanantia Namo Sudavasani Namo Varapsitaria Namo Varfatari Namo Varikamanari Namo Tamaharaparia Namo Darpikaria Mudarindararia Namo Kaswapatamasharia Namo Kararuparia Namo Yuvida Pararia Namo Gandararia Namo Rasivataria Namo Brahmyatraria Namo Kiswapia Namo Visvambararia Namo Sakaparania Namo Sakapararia Namo Sampupriya Namo Saranaria Namo Prekasarasa Namo Prasania Namo Pramadaria Namo Prekandaria Namo Prekadaria Namo Padivasya Namo Pradavaskaria Namo Parisaras Namo Parapyatanaria Namo Papivitaria Namo Prasakaria Namo Lokalisaya Namo Sivaria Namo Paravaria Namo Pararia Namo Punyaya Namo Punyagataria Namo Parisaria Namo Parikaria Namo Niskalaria Namo Parapadaria Namo Nokorikaria Namo Strasaria Namo Sataria Namo Sarvakatariya Namo Vadiyam Panaya Namaha Om Sarvapujaya Namaha Om Sarvakarariya Namo Nirsakarariya Namo Niranjanaya Namo Avatariya Namo Saranyaya Namo Sarvadekariya Namo Janajariya Namaha Om Avatariya Namo Vatarupariya Namo Tamahariya Namo Yogisvarariya Namo Bharariya Namo Om Valariya Namo Brahmakarine Namo Sakadakarariya Namo Jitukurariya Namo Jivariya Namo Jayadariya Namo Om Japapriyaya Namo Visvarupariya Namo Virusariya Namo Viramvarsudaya Namaha Om Sharapradaya Namo Pranadaya Namo Visnupalaya Namo Gutariya Namo Gutaraya Namaha Om Navastraya Namo Bharatapusaya Namaha Om Vishungariya Namo Bayarupaya Namo Srisapaya Namo Sagarupaya Namo Kadarvishbutaya Namo Varavatifikariya Namo Sasumaramanikariya Namaha Om Fani Ravi Pusaniya Namaha Iti Shri Nagendreni Rayarna Kardevarta Sutara Santana Mapali Nešiokus teros okulus mi vršen nos gurum bernokšan celeb tu čarkal mo šul oršin šul arčishin kritar šunutjeres seren tjaningar lambres ermisen truorin kurtiel der surursta nariman artor menschatsens bior der nerumian til ne formal der ne formal šul tu labri bel Tulsmorn kjerde tuan tru gadu dornan terra markan spiorat dördum atrusaren kun roden androjen rengum beran nerchard ner moshul ser berachert moshul nacher berachert de mese mona bier de ser berachert dem no morno bier mir darnarsa dorcella ser shul achurler den brutner mi aim harches that bude ner kunir se ner koncher se un olje ben Sering sian der, sul sian en gedreser, sian de sian en birkmo massa sul fiel la sar molde massa sul merlater i bir, derias bir de archer spelet Fjule gus voor dat die vuur neer de serla der neer kron ser koordrink. Fernand trul en kronik mer gus naar nu. Mern sjulen klute hos en bulen trulatur mese domo sjokseint en tartil manka mar argus en spior den nul mer abar bernat. No dat de larsnars med sergus och gastorn berner slumfen. Agus mal de ful daar mer de heljarge. Fjorde na krurte argus fjorde nar sernen Fjernord sergus orgasstörne berneslum fern. Karchikalindi Tatvardirna Sangita Karava Mudaberi Nari Vardarna Kamalav Savarma Dolpa Rama Salmu Brahma Raparti Gana Sarchita Paro Jagana Swami Nayana Patarikami Bavartume Mojo Sarve Verdum Sarasi Siki Bercham Kartidarte Dukulam Netrante Sahachakarata Sarv Vidarte Sardas Remadvardarnar Vasartiral Parichario Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bavartume Mahar Bordes Derdere Kanakaor Chierde Nilas Kardevasan Prasardantar Sarja Palabadrena Balina Zurbarda Marias Tarsakala Sursi Vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bavartume Kurpa Pravara Sarjala Jalada Shrene Rocero Ramavari Ramasfora Dalamala Pankor Ruharmuluka Surendra Radia Shrutigana Sita Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargame Bavartume Ratorudu Garchan Pati Merlita Burdevara Parlae Studi Pradur Bardvam Prati Pradam Pakaranya Sararya Daya Sinturbanya Sakala Jagata Sirunustariya Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargame Bavartume Parabrahmi pakuvala yatalo purlanariarno nivasinilandro nihita charano nantasara serasarandora sarasa vapora linkarna sarku jagannath swami nayaram patargame bavartume navera sherajamna charkarkamarniki vipavaryam nayasheham ramyam nikila janakamayam Varavardum sarkale kale prahma sarpartina jita charito jagannath swami nayana patarkami bavartume haratvam samsaram trutararam sorapate haratvam paparam vitarti paramam Yarvapate ahurninatam nihitacharam no nisichitar mertam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakame Bavartume Jagannath Sakam Purnyam Yaparte Prayarta Sursyar Sarva Papave Surdharma Vishnu Lokam Sarga Charti Srimad Sankaracharya Virachitam Jagannath Sakam Sampurnam Brahma Morari Sorarchirtarlingum Nirmala Vista Sorbiterlingum Janma Jaruka Vina Salka Vina Sanarlingum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Muni Pravarchiterlingum Kamarana Karuna Karalingum Ravana Darva Vina Saralingum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Suganda Surupi lingum Murti Vivardaram Goram Nalingum Siram Sura Sara Vanlintelingum Dapraramami Sarasiva Lingum Kanika Mahamare Busitelingum Vani Parti Vertra Sobitelingum Daksas Yurjarna Virnasana Lingum Rapamamami Sarasiva Lingum Kunguma Chandana Lapitelingum Pankarsha Rasa Sorbita Lingum Sanchita Papa Venasana Lingum Kapranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Ganarchita Savita Lingum Bhavara Pakte Pereva Lingum Nenarakara Korki Prapakara Lingum Prapanamami Sarasiva Lingum Mastadalo Parisesita Lingum Sarvamu Bhava Karana Lingum Astadare Darvina Sana Lingum Prapanamami Sarasiva Lingum Sora Guru Suravara Bhujita Lingum Suravana Puspa Surarjita Lingum Pavar Param Parama Param Paramamaka Lingum Tatpranamami Sarasiva Lingum Lingastakami Rampunyam Yaya Pata Siva Saniro Siva Lukamavam Noti Savana Sahamurate Nataraja Nataraja Narana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamba Karanam Priyam Siram Vararya Viharinam Marabakum Bagum Fites Vardim Balalona Sukam Saram Bakamakaranam Saram Bhuvini Daram Horam Bhuje Jagagurum Siram Maram Vivave Samasta Bhakta Bhosana Svahastava Arrakankaram Prasartat Kariti Vibhavam Nyarasar Sharam Param Karasta Mukti Sarhadam Serasta Kandramandalam Horam Bhuje Jagagorum Sinam Manam Vibhavarye Jagagarti Tammadirtam Nitala Lokanam Vitam Patakartas Tatikum Tatam Patira Tukala Parlam Natorika Porva Bartnevinam Kutara Pasadari Namoram Bhuja Jaga Gorum Siram Baram Viva Vegarun Nargaya Saba Sobitam Seram Kashana Sarsitam Parangana Vikararam Varangara Karajitam Karangkatara Sarkam Dorangam Ekortam Mamam Horam Bhuje Jaga Gorum Siram Baram Viva Varye Amanda Bhagya Varsharam Sumana Sarmorkam Sumanda Mandaga Miningerin Rikanya Kadavam Samamda Mamda Luta Mamandayanta Marmanu Oram Bhuja Jaga Gorum Siram Baram Vibave Karindra Karma Vasa Saram Karindra kapadarinam Asyandra boshar chorvalam nagendra shopelam sernam Rambushe jagar gorum seram baram viva varye Malapari rate Sarabila sakyari nambara risa papanjanam lalam marupalokanam lasapanentraharinam javala trusula darinam marambushe jagar gorum sinam baram viva varye Sasanka Banu Vito Travrajita Trilokanam Visalavaksa Samsudirkara Purnanda Marnitam Ramboshe Jagagoram Sidam Baram Vibavarye Digambolo Sarvabora Haram Dara Ratam Vitaram Sarantaranga Sarjaruga Varsan Yarne Sarne Mardaranda Yukta Dorjarnali Siksarde Viki Sarna Seram Barakya Sakuru Swarupa Mitya Burtale Sarasivu Viraje Saramurani Turata Sidam Barakya Saguro Ridam Sada Velasina Muralik Sarti Yasar Kuradu Paramamastakam Saravasatara Laya Hari Priya Tara Nana Vira Priya Naki Skala Jagar Guru Ranagrahari Tishri Sidambara Pakum Kamara Sturtam Om Sharaya Varna Baba Namaha Om Bhapushori Arye Vermahe Mahasanarya Dirmahita Nuskanda Prachura Rumskanda Skartikirya Pravati Priyar Nandarari Yachar Mahadeva Kumar Yasu Brahmaran Yaryarten Namaha Garcia Vaka Namostu Barandara Kabrandar Yandia Parara Verdaria Surharkara Yasarana Nayar Nitya Vikura Maria Gori Horar Nanda Sarmur Barba Namorstur Torbiam Pranata 300 Kartre Samastarsia Manora Tarnam Tatre Rataram Paratarakasya Hadre Pankandra Sortaria Kasya Amotamotaria Sahasramotaria Gornaria, Ganaria, Parapararia, 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 Namostuturbiam, Serki Baharnariar, Namosturte Brahmar Virdam Variate Gambarariam Barsarum Staria, Haranya, Haranya, Bavaria, Namo Harana, Yaria, Haranya, Ratar Setar Pasvaru, Paparia, Tapoda Harnaria, Tarpa Falar Lamprati, Parakarya Sarakumararia Himaram Narine Turning Kortaris Poria Yasavira Gena Namano Namaha Namostu Turbiam Sarajarne Virpo Prapata Soria Runa Rantar Partkartari Balalia Kabala Parakramaria Sarmotruria Liala Mana Kutoraria Mirus tamoria tamariturste tamun namon garnam bataria gataria namosturte jan marjar ratikaria namon visakia sasarti parnarkia sarvasya narasya kumorikaria korun koraria tarak morkararia swahiria gangeria kakarikeria sarivia turbiam saratatam namosturi Sritskande Mahaporatne Kasikarne Pankavim Sarti Tamodari Yersrita Tikeria Starkam Skandu Vakayu Isvaroma Svarakarekerio Genandana Skanda Kumoro Serneres Varni Sankara Sambarva Ganga Yastamora Kundarska Brahmakari Sikidar Varta Tarakari Rumar Putron Kronkari Sasaranar Sabda Brahma Samudras Kaserda Soras Vartu Guarsana Kumuru Bargavan Burgamburg Safara Prada Sarashma Garnaldi Sapor Varjormukti Maria Gor Sarva Karma Prananter Karvaran Torta Pradar Sarnasta Vimarsar Terna Marni Marti Arntiti Ertia Pater Praioses Radaria Yurto Murko Vargas Martir Babet Mahamantro Mahayarnti Marmam Narmanor Kertal Mamaha Prajna Mahapamnote Matravakaria Vikarna Itisri Rudraya Madle Prasha Vivardar Karyam Surui Markarkiya Stutram Naradaru Varcha Pranamarisara Sadavaram Gori Putran Veneyar Kambarka Varsyam Smarinti Yamarsuk Morsti Darye Pratharmam Vakratur Darn Sharikandarn Verteria Kam Suriteriam Krishna Piankar Salam Karvar Jakatram Chaturakyam Lambodariam Pancham Maranchastastam Verga Tarmirva Char Samtarmam Vigorna Jarm Chadurmalaravnarm Tartastarmam Navamam Balachandram Sharda Sarmam Tuvinayarkam Mekara Samgara Partim Dvara Sarn Tugar Sharnarm Dvara Satarni Narmami Trisardiam Yapatinara Nacharvirnariam Tasya Sorva Sirikaram Param Vidyartila Bharte Viryam Darnartila Bharte Darnampurratila Bharte Putran Muksaratila Bharte Gartim Japet Gana Pisnostotram Sarbiramasi Palam Laber Samvatra Serna Sirhim Chalabaherte Natrai samsarya starbio brahmanar bryatyascha lirvartya samaparyatas yarvilyarba vertsar varganasarya sapsya prasardartai tishni naradruporane sankastana sarnam namagarnesa stutram Alvarvastar marmerta prana marjanarnam samparndarnyadar marnar simparupasi marupam pralara pusaratam pranatarika varsam deva mudra karmarti narvami korpasa mudram natajana varkanatra praksakala siya tergyamyam hisnu verbal bulva tarasya yarstan babar nolmi nam mahan visnum vixol vidaratnam yaskar hartartam ovardum satrora pikornatim narar harivar pusar narmamitam visurnam ripohoryastertita rajarsa gurnam epesar miserna karaja garai darteya stamvarne Pralara porvarda garniski armiam pralardam pranamajana parkerte korvanti divisvardio yarnane pralardam sitram kurute ramami yastarmarham soratin kundara bealam karajala pravitra sorati samkaran bojakaryak taraserivarartam Prakor Vandar Nerter Mokena Rudro Valpuksa Kalsorya Sankara Kantram Prakarti Karushi Variasya Kartabaya Trapmertva Taryakia Prasidyar Yarta Samla Yarbjurti Tishringeri Jagat Guru Shri Chakarndarnata Savam Perna Yarna Simha Paratis Varmi Di Verasitum Shri Nirasima Satartum Jing Shin Shin Jia Tai Sheng Tai Jing Ying Bang Wu Ting Gu Xie Fo Ming Bo Ming Wu Shen Zhe Hoi Ning Jin Jin Shen Nan Ning San Hu Yong Ju Po Wu San King Jing Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Xie Shen Dan Ko Zhou Shen Tu Hoi Chu Fern Xie Shen Jing Ling Tong Ming Yang Shen Lo Ki Chi Shen Q Xie Wei Zhen Ho Shen Hu Ben Ke Shen Jian Zhen Zhen Shen Dan Yan Lingwo Tang Shen Shi Shen Lan Ye Doki Tang Kun Jijiru Li Ling Jing Shen Shen Zhou Ling Liu Tin Junan Wei Shen Jing Di Shi Hun Po Wu Zhang Zhan Ming King Long Bai Hu Doi Jing Fen Yun Zhu Hui Zhan Yu Xie Wei Wo Shen Jijiru Li Ling An Tu Di Shen Zhou Yuan Shi An Zhen Hu Guo Wan Ling Yur Du Jin Guan Tur Di Shi Ling Zhou Xie Zhou Ji Borde Wan Jing Hui Shang Yang Du Ne Wei Jing Ying Ge Er Feng Wei Bei Shu Tan Ting Dei Shang Yu Ming Shu Ji Jing Go Yi De Du Yun Ding Li Yun Jing Dian đi sinh chủ Dian thì giờ đến hành ký phần sinh đông dùng John chủ hồng lẫn tay dùng mà phản quay sinh sĩ vô giờ đến lính bộ phủ mình bộ cổ giờ tấn con lúa và nó đông ngon tay dùng John yêu phu giờ đô rèn xa quay quan kèn dân sinh sinh chủ yon si yu wen si sung ye ban quay đến yan nén nan jing uế bề hệ dễ quen một anh số sĩ sẽ với vô dụng dụng vô sĩ đôi khi trong cuốn chỉ chứa lưu lượng trong sinh số gan đi trong trong hoàn kỳ bên gan hoàn diệu dị hoàn dễ sinh vô sinh trong trong sẽ này với đủ đủ dụng phú dụng trong hoàn số hữu sinh sĩ dị vô gian thiên siêu vô vấn bảo lúa tại anh thì dùng chủ quân sinh số sĩ bản sinh vô dị quần minh现在社会或者社会关心就利益系列挺过有承担，正规网信内有别离类些人民同会做些，无规定定真账户服务，人权积极努力令专政现状都有研究人家上传。像如有路上kun de kan jian ling Japan jian pei len juan ling chen guan ngô jing dar cho tan chỉ chế rô lì ling juan yun juan tai jo hồ chi xì chu ya ju or hồ chen hồ phu bu fang pai hui yi zhang yi yu yan jian wang ren an bai nei shu yi yan dong zhong 是树林复原市场中，现运动副手手其有命令其无尽嘅能时间，泄露你嘅富有民众，越来越些程度，那么系拉达。Dola yer namo walia polo jardi shobola ya portisa do poia moher salo poria moher jalornia ya hong sapola pari sur da lor da je namo je jiri do ye mengalia pu lor jardi shipola ling pu Ponamo Lora Genci Gili Mohepo Shan Mia Sapo Atado Shopengashi Yun Sapo Sardonamo Po Sadonamo Po Ke Mofa Te Dora Gerta Longa Polo Gilogia De Jalordi Gili Moheporti Sado Sapo Samomo mola, moji, lito yun julu, germen dulu, fa she yari mohe, fa she yati, tola li, nishi la, je, la je, la momo fa mo la mordi li, shi na ha la, shen la, she li fa sha, Pasien pola ye hulu mola hulu shili shola shili shulu puto ye mitili ye lola genchili li seni nampo ye nom na so po hergir to ya so po mo hergir to Yeso po he shi to yu yi shi po la yeso po he lo la jin shi sho po he mo la lo la sho po he shi la sing ya mu ke yeso po he so po mo he shi to yeso po he je ji la ji to yeso po he po to mo je ji to yeso po he lo la jin shi po te la yeso po he mo po le shing Jela yeso po he namo he la da da do la ye namo wali ye po lo chi tu sho po la yeso po he on ji dian du dan man do la ba to ye so po he Ore bolo mi do jen jing un ji jai po sha jing shen bore bolo mi do shi Jojin Wu Yun Ji Gong Du Yi Ke Kur She Li Shi She Bu Yi Gong Kong Bu Yi Shi She Ji Shi Kong Kong Shi Shi She Shou Zhong Xin Shi 一夫如西舍利西西如法空中不行不灭不行不行不行西故空中无邪无所中心西无中二比些心意无些心上以为诸法无阳界乃是无以西些无名以无名以真乃是无漏是以无漏是真无苦是没走无是以无的以无所的故菩提萨埵以不热波罗蜜多故人无坏无害无有空无用力但都命中修正涅槃三世诸佛以波若波罗蜜多达罗多罗三藐三菩提果是波若波罗蜜多悉达神咒悉达明咒悉无上咒悉无定定咒宁出一给苦心悉不住故说波若波罗蜜多说是说说说Жерди Bolo Жерди Bolo Sing Жерdi Bortisa Pohe Nanmo Foto Yer Nanmo Damo Yer Nanmo Senkia Yer Namo Kun Jijai Pusha Mohesha Jorbai Jinjera Jirto Anjor Gerla Pardi Shendo Morni Mohe Borteng Milululu de Sheja Shola Hajeli Shaye Hongba Shahe Anbotamo Jindo Moni Sho He Ongan Balato Bordan Mi Hongnamo Sanmando Moto Nana Bolari Herlo Sher Sholang Nan Dashito Anke Keji Keji Hong Hong Ruwala Bola Ruwala Dishesha Shishili Shoposha Shosha Shandija Shili Showa Henamo Foto Yernamo Damo Yernamo Senkia Yanji Di Hululu Jidulu Jilipo Jidali Buluri Showa Henamo Bagewari Abala Mara Ayoliana Surbirni Shishirda Der Shola Jaye Data Geraye ala Hedi San Yo San Bordaye Nani Yertanan Saliba Sangyali Bali Shurara Hami Gegerna Sangma Ugerdi Shabawa Pishurti Mahernar Yerbali Warli Soheramo Bo Keparti Pisha Sherjolor Der Luri Bola Bohera Sheye Dato Gerdo Yala Herdisan Miosan Botor Yerda Gerto Hong Pishar Pishar Shersan Mojer Pishohe Ongma Nibai me hung magerni yarna gerjor ter bardar jerde jerna uer darli gersa orta borli jerda gerna burlar na borli riur ter ban nalnol ma loger shola yeso herli porli kyo he di tu Lorni dirni herlar din filirni dimo he kertigit linker dinamo min tu poe dorhoye doya dorti yerto milir bol popi mili doji tambiopi mili topi jaran dia mili dopi jaran do kerni ni ke kerno shir por jarli so poher namo foto nan mo damo nan mo Senkier namo shiri moher tibia darnia to borri fifu lorno gerlin san mantur ta sherni moher ti herwol herti san mantoshi borri ti fully no alil no da morti moher pi corbir ti moher birre di lobo senkier digi genki gerdi san mantiorto ano polvorni Jortien yen yarn reiseng buwatin shun le yu wo torn chang shun si yo shan shun yo shimian Yendi yo way tiandi yo being singer one wo yu wo way yi fulu so xia xian yo ha hong xin qi xian yi shi vi qian xian yan nang la fu yi shi vi qian yan ning li qing xing chu yan ming wo nai. Ate heye ya yogi chi mi marni toko go miki somo poko wa. Ate heye ya yogi chi marni toko go miki somo poko wa. Oki wa nixista miti sarki. He yo harna he yo te ya torabi ai. Gina he yo te ya torabi ai. Gina he yo te ya to hartarbi born gina ni yo te yato a hartar bi wongi nargi ni yo ya hi yu ni ba hu hi yu ni ba hi yu ni ba hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na hi ni na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu ni ba hu ya hi yu ni ba hi ya hi ni na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swa vira kini hini swa vira kini ni tui na ho hu ni tui na ho hu wara sina na ho hu wara sina na ho hu ni himasi yasisi ni himasi yasisi. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodaya Om Devakara Naraya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tanno Krishna Prachodaya Om Tatposhariye Virmahe Sasrakshariya Mahadevarya Dhirmahi Tanno Durga Prachodaya Om Akanantarya Virmahe Vakratundarya Dhirmahi Tanno Tanti Prachodaya Om Karyanyari Virmahe Kanyar Kamorya Dhirmahi Tanno Durga Prachodaya Om Vagdevrya Virmahe Kamarajarya Dhirmahi Tanno Devi Prachudaya Mahadeviya Chavir Mahe Vishnu Partya Chadir Mahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachudaya on your search name got return of death not much nars more three basorim work at their three as down doron their search torna tarsi down doron torter nimotolher meser fum toleri di loroi glosrin sinurni Ninars står motru orcheldon ti ars neam ti baskur baser almutner marnia narbar dar daber absortam dorin astor finruni verbar vorter morreich rosotor morreich romorter molnor never molech neam ti baskur frech rofrar Mortec nemragbana teor dorshin na dorglas da dorslin nimel la portum na kore bana korde pyrotin domti orcher nam serte orriernam niurle admilnir senet start semarek Corater mirna serte forbrumne bros ningari belter mor sercharndel om dundes rogel omel atstruster om real almor am sen search marner rupor cheptar serbianar serderib ololer kota gor korko molesa romper ratin spurto noi formsa domine esalustor hero esalustor domine esalustor pan esalustor domine esalustor kusha esalustor domine esalustor tur esalustor super papulum tur domine benedictus tua. Arte heye yayo arte heye yayo arte heye lo ni tuni shira when you get a kikita ye yayo ni tini shura when you get a kikita ye yayo arte heye lo ni ta kurge when you get a kikita ye yayo ni ta kuya when you get a kikita ye yayo arte heye lo Michinchi narte mayorze arte eolo ini chage kete arte eolo charonpo wanchi charurpi arte eolo chanyari pita te eolo arte eolo hetuer chahe or charni ho hetuer chahe or charni ho unko kile charia he ho unko kile charia he ho arte he yellow arte yellow one na yar marie tatanka one mariar te yellow arte yellow le show me your carn kete lo le show me your carn kete lo yo taku maka I char ka hera mi tarwari lo yo taku maka I char ka hera mi tarwari lo yo arte hey yo arte hey yo min ching shi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi te wakila che ye ya o ya te ya ni chagar pi ta che ye ya o ya te ya ni chagar pi ta che ye ya arte ye lo hey hey ya ha ya Milakin hi yumi chichi yarna Milakin hi yumi chichi yarna Wawaka blakete wawaka blakete unchi hey unchi hey unchi hey la hey ya hey la hey ya hey Kangi ye uyate ye chaya wa unwelo kangi ye uyate ye chaya wa unwelo niyate ye hewe niyate yo ni hiyowe miyukan kin wan laki ye miyukan kin wan laki ye hewe wan bali galishka wan yan ni hiuwe wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hiuwe michichi mitawaye michinshi mitawaye arte hewe ya hewelo arte ya hewelo yani piketai ya uwelo yani piketai uwelo Wasna walking kitai ye wasna walking kitai ye la chi ya po ye la chi ai pio ye lo arte ye lo arte ye lo arte lena makue ye arte lena makue ye pero wan yan Makue ye Padawan yan makue ye Arta makue ye Arta makue ye ina heku misun kala che ye ya o marni ye misun kala che ye ya o marni ye arna heku ina heku wana sapiketa Urun o marni ye ina heku wana sapiketa unchi ta zipa michu ye unchi ta zipa michu ye arte heya lo he kiern yarinka gari ye he kiern yarinka gari wan lechi ya wana sapiketa ke yarpi lo wan lechi ya wana sapiketa ke yapi lo warni kerte kagario warni kerte kagario arte heyo Mia wan marianka yo mia wan marianka yo kangi yo yarte wan chanku waka ge lo kangi yo yarte wan chanku waka ge lo yani pikitacha kola heyo lo makasito mani yanu kiye o yarte o kiye o yarte o kiye wan bali o yarte wan horshi heyo Arte heyelo Mako Wancharia Ukie Peta Kino Kie Parta Kino Kie Kangio Arte Hoano Oshi Heyelo Arte Heyelo Arte Heyelo Helena Wakan Waka Gache Arte Heyelo Arte Heyelo Galakinan Wakan Waka Gache Arte Heyelo Arte Heyelo Chanon Paukin Waka Gache Arte Heyelo Arte Heyelo Miyo Kankin Chichu Arte Heyelo Arte Heyelo Go Galakin Niarhi Kerta Narte heyelo arte heyelo miching shita yera kupia miching shita yera kupia makuche one washte ayagali pikete ate heyelo wana wicheshka artia wana wicheshka artia vihutu humani vihurtu humani ukatano ukatano kuyan wahinkete Goyan wawahin kete artemichuya warni kertete arhi warsna warni pikertete michuria hiya wasna waking kete hiya wasna wating kete hanpa wachige te wakila la he one bleni chala he Kar yellow one blini chala har kar yellow tukche one wigele kinkita tukiche one gele ka kinkite ni hun kun hel yellow ni hun kun he yellow wakar yanin yar kinkite wakar yan in yan kinkite changaleshka one lusa hanin ya kinker te changaleshka one lusaninya kinkite one wayar garupo warte hilo. En Israel osarne pesutine truasra noses kaprushara mer pluships kompukunja rakarem skemene berontikin chefem yorun nems komari basharar ner kashas ramin nems barash zaptotam sutin making new minor capacities of Raman Cameron of Nabu nems competent darish on oil to upon Nambui Mumboa war Tapansunu of Suron Potna Trus Minimacha Toira Snap and a Camaramo Defnuda Bebetas and the Protomisha Boom and heat the Pontotan Hamoid Protapset Neptotan Kent out that heart my hate hard and up into water to was thinking he helped you teach you to and pep go to the Macaru Mananda Papa Shari of the Sorapati Amasa Sapis or Puape numbers in the Maka phenomenal Corsica Romakurti root Adaman room nature at the Peperuam Henu and out of that Heruanan Pu Heru Benoero Sasa Sasa happy I get that these months about all that can Robin Spamor of Baby Kitty Pats and Torres Sarin give it a cat of Sikari Karu Kemes and a Karukim Croatia Krenus Matus Miketu Matu Ku or certain good niches and as heads who are cake about it and Kenesam Kenepins came to us with the Richard then shoot desk Nepent and who we are eating luminescence in a roll up can be that we definitely to Ross and in a Morak about Pambasetsu of time in Kertu in Kerhead Absu. Now, boot am niet min het een pet en dan als je zegt or die je maar zeggen or pet net dat ampo ik me pet kem toy hor en ampo am u ken set de biju apo men second rasu kem toy ben being ut dat ik me bas be kep spot was het nu roses kem men het bara as ik er so dat soort die meer in sia kus op so pakas ik kremet serement dat u het ik musiku se absolutely miskeri ke serement se maar heb serata pet ser hero singen en bij die job het en die am ken button horror madam parking kesu susne korish am sebas am senap am besekuna mar telling me what you to do abonamenti mar peri segur kemisha keruna ken sor kadu basi ra paret kada karamati on the web na brasa dakina babu na temtem separi ma babu turiti nehem never cautious of tap on it never had Naheri temperatuur met dat men mentu nu se put kabushi se keta put moi Mbugo job got the hemo I passion as muk animation patros and ken terror ticket ken and have the imren nerken and turklemis to makin and to them rent kelement to never to tromasus you I got in jara to understand the never they said when any musin and so strike and go or social attack nice kem curry poi kem shari wa makrobu short nation in yadi Yurmuta party to Wabe to Agnuke, some new obstacle make work net of Euro prep near to and sorry, tum sikna sakia ti ignabre jurati waram saktu nang mong pusol tu nek juramen hen fin pum ne few song kadika katum tatek nang ni fu pum me sortek jurati anu tatek na mong ni fu amentana sasana ni fu you wabudi and ketin mati in Japan and had a reach out some homemade amiti kuakara mamaruta cake and dead into neti to immediate some two cannot head up and abadi q me to one pet total depths rota bene amadem canoe has you token my name to the petty and just Mary Wingamo shut that and make a mommy hold them for that or subs up and so I will make a make our own choice no always or I got a pet and take a miss into never them never candy madu resec never tip him and three and oil but usually never talk I come out to such a tall miss or two a man never work also but them hold up the also but them hold up them potty must you put you to you a market you'll take some to mutek no ronum nukuna premnu mutapun shini apram kun trio nema some rami boy mon aitan Capernaum tournament totally out up sub Capernaum watam sharan to Ramayunu at Kamusiko Shamora take so particular pite or shop or Cameron to Captain to get so to second Cassatek nu take with them to Nudukua Borkara Pareker to Ike and Nuktam Tiu Kubisna Fuashek Toy or Kermo Chotu to a marine appraise and almond Nuin Pen my crew the Manama Sikagam Sum Petros as an edited the three up the Pemsek Capernukum Takeptra Toraptra or Trama carry Quamakai when a Capernaum Messasuchin Duay Permicat Mutafnan Albu Nakatati and Kasudu Serenaki Wabret Serenek Almo Hoy Natari Team Sekimi Peter and Turban Hennes or Henu to say jury Nefsmith get it out call my injured who Natari War and Hel Tesuma Suja to Alpajar Ayat and winning patient Nejek Nukev Capron to war on our two Mami Hasaru. Du har sett en tömmerregio, näprenäsrakaro, sonokuki, ariedias, kamamonen, gentaka, bruta, femtefu, mutum, troson, truang, namareken, krona, mupesreka, nemi, shek, kef, natruin, arbus, or a gate, karakter, shepakaraben, karek, namareko, tame, tapius, kapteko, tapiknaj, of the tanapruaking, injury, wajari, was, or tapanapa, waja, for washness, washa, hamasim, sir, Mandur Pelurnas and Vini Sekeroni, Sekutini, he said to teach, but Abu as Rapadar, who is running, he said, what I'm new, Pukapram Sek, Nupukapram Capri Capram Capru, Nebum Kicabrashi Capram Permarato, Mampami, Yasurna, Warna. And Karatan Banting Ben Ura Men Kabir, the one is that all the sort of by Gub Kabim Mayor, you are you to run instead of Sebi Watunai and Abae. Sebuah porsione coronari opera to the opposite episode Yuba Singan Pensuti Subakaran Paramunki or Scapia Scorinja Arto Mopetem Toy and a Catana Karuamura Absent Ron Nebia Karanabros Rusham Suamuaman and Secretary Kanamaru Amoros and Nebia Katanabru Marasakaring Rawabe Coop Epica Kamakagan by Cabinet Ru Samarasikan Korak Perkarkarikish Rush Perkingara Isati Kabiar Kemakabai Quanam Kabiar Kakan Makan and a Shrebetic kinky had an again among them Shemantiki you had substance carnation into what make you is Ara Kebenaman Luskin and Bekaisan and Nice of Kati and I correct quarters of sure what I quarter but a cat quarter like an appendix of the university shanking or a Gorkasuk to Patachik no shoot up to need Beatini Natty weapon happening to number of Sadasik replicate and that to a new gift assuming you want to give us some to most and John and John Mappus got a vessel to Tapus, Mappus got a vessel to Sapa, Sarina, Capri wasn't soon kept Kaya, Pamopan, Undrapon, and we should have tuning into Piatin, Nepthan, three mess, Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time, We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Z, Kio Kampa, Siana Kampa, Newt, Geb, Newt, Kepra, Ra, Tuma, Tum, Katsu, Arsemitok Shabubanan Shamtruna, Arsemitok Shabubanan Shamtruna, Arsemitok Shabubanan Shamtruna, Abra. I'll be able to walk tomorrow. Welcome back to planet Earth. Continues to be a hostile environment in which you can happen to find some moments of happiness out of nowhere. It's all about what you make out of the place. That's what we learned about Earth every time we've been here. It's what you make out of it. Okay, I gotta change my hat. Hey, I forgot. It's my headpiece. I hope you're having a good day today. No matter what anybody says, I think you're pretty awesome. Because just remember, people say a bunch of stuff, it doesn't make it true. you're visiting this planet, they tell you to keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle, inside the ride at all times. But people don't follow the rules. They like to make things up and then do something different. So it's always a mystery. It could be a funny movie, it could be a sad movie, it could be an angry movie, but it's always mystery. Life is a mystery. Life is always a mystery. Something new to discover, something new to figure out, something new to get stuck in and say, you know what, I'm tired of this, I don't want to deal with that no more. It's okay. I forgot the next thing. You get into an order of doing something and you skip it, you forget all about it. They're finding a lot of stuff under the ground these days, I tell you what. Hey, where you going? What are you doing? Whatever you're doing, I hope you're playing. Hope you're having a good time. You know what's funny, Tony, Oxine? I've never cared for a crystal ball. I don't have one. Never had one. Never wanted one. There's a lot of magical shamanic things in life. And you know, it's like a cryptid, you know, some creature in the woods, and people ain't been able to find it, so they paint all these extra stories and images, and it's gotta be just like that. And we find something that looks different, but it happens to be that. You don't have to have a crystal ball to understand that stone contains memory. I'll give you one. I made a video about it a long time ago, and nobody else talked about it. Not before I did. I'll tell you the whole thing to that sword in the stone, right? King Arthur's sword, right? Merlin's handiwork there. Okay, so we got a stone. We take the stone, we turn it into a talisman. How do you turn it into a talisman? I'm laughing, ha 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 ha. I bring the stone close to my stomach, ha ha ha. The stone gets warmed up. It feels the information, the vibration coming from my body, because the vibration does extend beyond your body's zone. Thus it absorbs. Then I take the stone, I put it in a nice special spot, so whenever I go to laugh, I'm going to go grab this stone, I'm going to pull it close. So boom, now this stone has a pattern of frequency contained that when it becomes heated, when it becomes activated through perhaps sound other than heat, then the energy will start to be emitted from this stone. You can think of the piezoelectric effect. When you put pressure on a quartz crystal, then it will create energy. that comes from it. That's what powers those watches and other devices that we utilize in the world. And so this is quite actual energy going forth. And so if the body and the chakras are lined up and attuned, and one is able to get into attunement with the stone and activate it, then they can pull the sword, the language, the information from the stone that's immaterial. We can decode it inside, let our mind figure it out, and our tongue becomes the motherfucking sword. Okay? And that's that explanation right there. So you got a crystal ball. Usually what I associate with it is people trying to look at other people's business. And I think that's wrong. You shouldn't be looking at other people's business. You should be concerned with your own life, your own soul. And I know that this is something you can know too. If anybody opens up a channel so that they can look, watch, or do anything to you in an esoteric, spiritual manner, guess what? It's a two-way street. It's a two-directional river, bro. It's a fucking loop. It's not one direction. The illusion is that you don't have access back to them. For everything they do to you, it's a big ass motherfucking equal sign, two motherfucking lines. And at the end are the two spheres, you and the other person. And so if somebody opens up something to do to me, well, motherfucker, I know exactly what the fuck's going on. Let's just tap that plug while it's open. And then I just act like I never knew nothing from the beginning, and then they get caught with their pants down, and I'm like, oh, did something mess you up? Whoops. I meant to do that. People are so simple in their plans. I like to put a lot of extra work into my plans. And then the event's gonna be spectacular. Spectacular, spectacular. I don't know about you, but for the oh, okay. Look, in the world right now, there's a lot of interesting information coming through. It's not all pointing you into the correct direction. Right now, current spiritual weather that's going on, it's going to push you in a direction. Have a pendulum, have a tarot deck, have a secondary or even a third means of verifying if something's correct for you to do. I'd say next 48 hours would be important to pay attention to that stuff if you're watching, if you know anybody. Just be careful, man. I pick up things real quick. There's a divine path for me to walk, and then there are unwanted energies wanting me to do what they want. And there's spirits I need to help. The ones I need to help, man, the ones who wind up trying to, get me to do what they want, they wind up they got a real similar heart to these ones over here, so they sound awfully close. Just be careful, double check. Now, if you paid attention and you're watching, maybe you caught it, maybe you didn't. But there's a swirled my coffee a little bit, a little drop came out, got on my sarong or sash or whatever you want to call it. And one thing I learned a long time ago, I was with a family, and I loved the way that they treated life. And one of those ways was that if something spilled or broke, gosh, I forget the word. It was a celebration. It was a good thing. But I spilt it. It's the it was the drink. It was the fucking one day the pitcher with all the drinks, man. I fucking spilt it. They said no. That's a blessing because when you're gonna pour out your beverage, right, pour out some for the ancestors, some out for the ones that aren't here, whatever the case, right? That's what it is. Libations. You're pouring libations out for those who are not present. And on the spiritual side, perhaps we're meant to do that. Give them a bit of a libation. And so now, Shisha, spirit might have been around, said, hey, I need a little something to drink out my shell. Ooh, toss it out into the open space. It's not in a confined my spot, my stuff. That's my clothing. You get used to spirits, consciousness. It's really funny to be experiencing what I'm experiencing and to be alive in a digital age where everything can be like seen by everybody else. It's just how the world is mirroring all that reality. What is, the tarot system? It has 22 major arcana cards, and those major arcana were like they're like fixed things that one is not so easily able to change. The minor arcana, I should say, they can't change it; they can work with it. That should be the accurate statement. And the minor arcana are things that people can readily change, work around, and adjust. But in my workings, I've found the ability to be able to work with the major arcana and be able to change things that normally shouldn't be able to change. I've stared at something for years now, and I've heard an explanation, but it wasn't solid. Nope, I take that back. I've not found an explanation. It was about another portion of the picture. And last night, it finally came to me, and it completely happened by accident. And one thing I've learned about the historical means is that everything breaks down into masculine and feminine, a positive and a negative, outgoing and an incoming. And in that, life can really be sustained. And so this image I've been staring at, it's kind of a I'm still on it, I'm still I still got more to figure out, but the numbers were different. My mom, she was born in 1956, that much I know. And she died in 2012, February 22nd, at the age of 56. And this image I stare at every day, has five individuals on one side and six individuals on the other. And I'm like, I never really, like, I know that they're like the World Council. That enough is fair. Like, they're like the Council of the World. If they declare something, all life has to honor what they declare, essentially. There is a governing order of our world, and it is not man that sits in those seats. That's what I know for a fact. And then last night I got a card. I had some cards for myself, and I got it. It was a tarot card, and I put it up top, and the face fit with the body as it is on the thing, and it was like, oh shit. If you take 22 and divide that up by half, you got 11, masculine and feminine. Major vote goes to the ladies. They get 6 votes. Dudes get 5. I gotta figure out more. What came to me was the I saw the major arcana sitting there in those seats, and that kind of changed the perspective. It massively changed the viewpoint, because up until late and up until now, they just kind of all wearing the same thing. They don't look any different from each other. Stare at something long enough, and it's bound to share a secret if your heart's worthy. I've learned a few things in life, and I could try to pull it up, but I'm just gonna talk. I'm not. I read it or saw a video, one or the other. I can't remember. And documentary like video, and I stare at these hieroglyphs all day long. Different images on the wall, different views, you know, and and in that regard, it's literally what what the thing was saying was that by seeing the images, it literally works information into our bodies, into our own being. Like it's literally code, like the Matrix blueprint. The green print. That's fucking hilarious. Could you imagine if they made the Matrix with blue instead of green? And the fucking blueprint to life. It would have been too fucking obvious. Anyways, the hieroglyphs, the images, they they pass ideas in. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. They didn't. They did not express how detailed that image was. At least I don't know. I didn't look up the information. Maybe I should. Probably should, but I've never heard it considered. With that analogy, I've never had the idea presented to me that, that picture took a year to make or 2 seconds to make. That information was never included. It's just that a picture is worth 1,000 words. That's what it said. So if I look at hieroglyphs on my walls, and then all of those pictures, each one's 1,000 words, that's how much information I can digest. By surrounding myself in it, that desire, there's many hieroglyphs I'm aware of their meaning. There's most I don't know what they're saying, but I do know a bit about hieroglyphs to be able to give me an inclination, and I can be like, hold on a second, what's that saying? And I can look up. I got the books, I got the resources, and I can be like, ah, that's exactly what it's saying. Gotcha. So I can do that much, which I have done a few times. But complete immersion in something versus dabbling in something. I used to have, past tense, I used to have the mentality, jack of many traits, and you know how the other half of the saying goes. And then I decided to start focusing on things. I learned that it's possible to be a master. It's possible to master something without going and paying somebody to fucking teach you, without having to sign up for some course, without having to go to some freaking building. Self empowerment is very possible, but we have to start with the language that we use. We have to start with that. And to be clear, that we have a common tongue that we're going to use wherever we are. But in order to truly advance on one spiritual route, and this is not something I did it, and then I read it in an old ass book somewhere, and I was like, holy shit, I did the right thing. But you learn it, you work it, you know you're going to make mistakes. Have something there that you like and enjoy. Because when you make a mistake, when you get so far and the project goes, shit, well, you better have, hey, it ain't that bad. Let me get started again. You know what? That's enough for today. I'll start tomorrow. That's life. I very I choose what I'm going to learn. Because if I'm going to learn something, that means I'm devoting time to it. That means I'm taking away time from other pursuits or other interests that I'd like to be doing so as to improve this other thing. I'll be straight up with you. Yesterday, I did whatever couple responsible things I do every day, and then I eat and stuff like that, and I played video games for the majority of the day. Even into a little bit of a later hour, I played video games. But, big old but, I spent time going over my words, going over my readings, going over just, I'm not saying I perfected it. And I ain't saying I spent the majority of the time doing it. But I at least spent some time going over that material. And I did not spend an excessive amount of time to any degree, like 20 videos maybe. And that was it, and that was towards later in the day. Scrolling through social media. So I didn't dilly dally in that or other things. I was productive, and I'm advancing it because I'm opening up a whole lot of areas. I'm getting into places I've never been before. I essentially, like, what I do is I'll sit somewhere and I'll just level up, level up, level up. I do the same thing in real life, and that's why I'm saying to master something, to truly master something, is just working at it over and over and over, working with the failures, learning your way around something, and knowing what happens when you get over there. It's just knowing something like it's part of your life. And that's familiarity, that's being with it, working with it every single day. And that's a personal interest, that's a personal desire. And so then when somebody comes up around and they're like, oh yeah, that's what I do, blah 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 blah. Nah, nah. I'm not even gonna say that to you. That nah was in here, and the shaking my head was in here. It's like, I know that's a puddle of mud. I'm not going to step in it. Figuratively, metaphorically speaking, in life. You know? I'd rather kind of avoid the mud if I can. If I can avoid the rain, I will. I ain't worried about the rain if it gets up. I do like the rain. You know? I don't want to get too cold or anything, but I like the rain. You get what I'm saying. User actually, um, I knew from the beginning of this journey that it involves, the world involves, like, to really do the spiritual path, it does involve every single day. It is every single day. You have no days off, even the Sabbath days. That's just so you can rest. That's because somebody else is busy, and if you did something, if I did something, it'll mess everything up. So it's like you sit there. I know it's not Sunday or Saturday, but right now your Sabbath is from Monday to Friday. Sit your ass down. We busy. Spirits, the ancestors, spirit team, council, all that good stuff. And those ones, yeah. But Ra fights off a Pep every single night. I mean, that evil. Pep is Ra's brother. It's like his twin, literally. Like Ra, as Ra came into existence, Pep came into existence. They're both from the Divine Mother. Both. They're both in existence. There's no annihilating one or the other. And as long as you know the fight goes on, then people can live in peace. And I've seen some movies and stories, and I think that's a beautiful construct when the big war, the big fight, it's the soldiers don't need to go fight, the people don't need to go fight. The two motherfuckers who started the shit, one versus one. All right, Dish it out. Let's go. And so Ron and Pepin, his twin, his brother, man, they fucking square off every night. And let's just say, Set learned how to be who he is and wield what he wields. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, so I mean, I'm down. I'm down. I look forward. I look forward to being 84 years old and like fucking knowing my shit. Like I've been speaking all of this for freaking, 40 years now, and I'm like, but it's not just the speak. It's there's a flow state. There's a flow state that just kicks in at certain times. And that's what I'm on to, man. Like I've told you. We read the article, we shared the stuff. It's real, it's legit, scientific shit they're figuring out these days. But we can make our own cannabinoid in our hand, and we can make our own DMT. So now that I'm aware that this is a scientific reality and how to get there, because the research showed it. And when the research showed it, I said, fuck, I've been doing it, and that explains all those moments in my life I couldn't explain, where I was high out of nowhere and didn't have nothing. Yeah, all I did was my ceremony. And I've had other people I've done the ceremony for, and they're like, oh, fuck. They came back and they were like, I left. They didn't smoke nothing. I did the sound bowls. I did the sound bowls and stuff. That's it. And they came back like later and they said, I left and I was high. High for 2 days. For 2 days. I was like, fuck yeah. Like, they were happy about it. Like, it's cool. Yeah, fuck yeah. I did that shit with some sound bowls and stones. Shit, didn't even need to fucking smoke nothing. Didn't need to take nothing. Shit. I call that a superpower. I get people high. But I figured out we make our own stuff by doing this stuff. So I'm like, holy fuck, I'm already doing it. Fuck. Okay. So like I'm going over it today and I'm like, I'm making it right now. It's fucking being made. That's why I'm starting to feel nice. I'm like, okay, okay, whatever I gotta do. Body, spirit, send resources so we know what the fuck's going on and we can improve this fucking shit. We want to get more production. Do I need to quit this fucking thing? I don't give a shit. Whatever the fuck I need to do to make more of this shit myself. Yes. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Why are you so happy? Tell me right now. Why are you so happy? Keep your hats on, fellas. Don't lose your sandals. You're gonna fly off this ride real fast. Because all of that adds to the quantum reality of manifestation. Laughter, pure freaking laughter. Oh my god. It's the best stuff, right? I mean, ain't the greatest of the worlds really kind of like helped us laugh? Made it. I say they helped us laugh, man. They tickled our funny bone with their words and everything they did. Look, have you ever been with a friend or somebody else and you remember something you haven't remembered in, or you haven't remembered in a long time, or maybe you or them get a really smart, like positive, bright idea? I said that for you. Coffee buggers click. Okay. So like I believe I've noticed when I'm around somebody else, those moments can increase, and they do increase dramatically when me and the other person are like really jamming in together on a conversation or something. Really coming together and really having a good time in that conversation. The energy I have found is where the two souls, you have two people, but then you also each have their soul, okay, that are in the room, right? Two people talking, but you also got their two souls working as well. And I believe our souls, our spirits, we can give energy to another, resources to another, so it can produce something, it can actually receive, it can tune in, it can grab something out of the immaterial world and draw it into this physical plane, into the body, and be able to express the idea. And I believe we're able to do that because we come together and share energy. Take that construct, put it together with the blessings. All right, I'm not the only one who does this kind of thing in the world. I mean, like, I might be the only one who mixes this much of a diversity up. But you know, other people have temples and all that kind of stuff going on, and they going over blessings, and they got the flowers and the food and everything going. The oil, they got it all. They got the whole freaking thing going. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But take that construct and put that with the healing. I've learned that I build my energy up. I ignore everybody else. I build my energy up as if I am the temple itself. That's what they do at temple. We're not talking about church. We're talking about a temple. You're going to an ancient temple. You're going to build up the energy. That's what it's there for. We're building up the energy. So then when I'm hanging out with somebody, I have like energy overflowing, and I have this built up amount of energy, and I'm like, I'm not doing anything with it. You need some energy for some? The person's like, fuck yeah. Their spirit, their, angel spirit, like soul to soul, not flesh to flesh. And the spirit is just like, it's like, bro, yeah, here you go. Take that. That should help you out. Let me know. And the person plucks a few ideas out of the air that they never thought of. They remember some memories that they forgot long ago. I'm inspired to say some things that happily triggers some positive ideas in their mind. And so in this context, that energy, if one doesn't need it, the other one can use it. And this just happens naturally. I believe this happens naturally all the time, no matter who you are, where you are in the world. There's more we could talk about going on in that category of stuff, but that's what we're focusing on, at least for this portion. What I did with my book, if you want a free copy, you can send me an email and I'll send you a free copy of it back. But what I did with my book, I got the idea after reading many holy books. It is published online. It is available on Amazon.com. It's called Citra, Setchra, but it's got a divine love language in it. And anyways, but I read many other divine books, and I had an issue. I had a dang issue, except for getting into the ancients. for modern anything, anything to anything within 2,300 years ago, 2,000 years ago, yeah, 2,000, 2,500 years ago. Put in that ball range. Is I have found no matter how much freaking good is in it, there is a catastrophe of fucking evil. Like, oh my god. I didn't want to read a book of goddamn fuck. I get the evil. The world's fucked up. I deal with it every single day. Can I not just read a fucking book that has a lot of really good stuff in it? And so that's what I did in my book is I focused on the positive. Yes, I do introduce like real world situations and but they're mentioned minimal. They're not it's not focused on. You already know that situation. So I mention as many words as is needed for you to connect with it. Oh, yeah, I know that. And then I move on. Because every word in the language is a solution. It's a solution to ongoing problems, to ongoing issues, to things that we've been dealing with, and phrases we say. Oh, it happens for a reason. It happened for a reason. Well, fucking tell me the reason, and I might be okay with it. But if you just keep saying it happens for a fucking reason, I'm gonna fucking. And I'll tell you the reason is what we have to figure out. We got to figure out what is the reason. Why? Yeah, it happened for a reason. I got to investigate and find out why it happened. Because when I find out why it happened, now I'm going to understand what the divine is trying to send down to me as a message. I'm going to understand the omen. I read the Bible so much as a little kiddo and stuff like that. And I said, well, why don't we live like that anymore? Back then they saw the fucking bird and the snake in the bird's mouth, and the dude looks up and he's like, "This is what happens. This is what's going to happen." And I'm like, "Well, that's just in the Bible. Why don't we live like that anymore? Why are we wearing all these goddamn suits and buttons and a tie and looking like Mister? Let me just take care of myself, and you think I'm real rich and so you give me money or some fucking shit." Ah, world, world's a fucked up place, but we don't have to stay there. We can move on. We can move and focus on the good, and that's what I do. I know it's there. I can't clean up the world. I don't have a fucking Iron Man suit. I can fly around and just fucking fix everything overnight. So all I can do is like avoid that. Avoid that. That's good. And that's for each one on their own path, on their own journey. Everybody's going to gravitate to something different. And I tell you, on the path and on the journey, respect. Respect is tip top, number one. You could hate somebody, okay? The definition to hate means to strongly dislike them. There's no action associated with hate. It is only disliking somebody. That's it. That's it. It's okay to dislike somebody. You could hate somebody, you could love somebody, you could not care about somebody. And that same person who could be in any of those categories or any other, you can still respect them. Respect is like peace. My inner peace, I could be happy or sad, but my inner peace, I'm chill. Uh, I'm at peace inside. Peace can go across emotions. Things are limited only in the mind. You truly set it all free and you see how they're complements in life. You'll start putting the puzzle pieces together. They're all around you. You just got to put it together. The world convinced you that certain things were evil and bad. But in your life, you've found a lot of good things. You found there's actually a lot of beauty in the world. And usually that evil and bad, I mean, I know there's people in parts of the world who are dealing with it right now, but there's a good portion of people in the world where, like, it's not necessarily seen so much for what it is. To be your own detective, to be your own master, to be able to navigate this world is very much within your capability and your reach to do so. Just drop the walls of division and learn about something else regardless. You'll have an advantage. That's what I learned. And that respect has allowed me to learn a lot of things from individuals who otherwise would have never happened. We had nothing in common. There's we smoked weed. I guess we had one thing in common. Yeah. Other than that, we didn't. No, I think that was about it. Yeah, they didn't. Nope, he didn't smoke cigarettes. Nope, didn't even have that in common. But through respect, I was able to learn a lot, and I was able to really kind of. I won't say he gave them to me, but he helped me get my wings so that I could fly, so I could leave the nest to where I was comfortable at. But I knew it wasn't healthy for me anymore, so finding people like that. I was mowing the guy's yard for free because the street that I lived on, they didn't cut the sides of the street. And it was at a Renaissance fair. It was a neighborhood behind a Renaissance fair. And so people could not step onto the side of the road at night when people were driving. It was dark, or some incidents or whatever, and there was an awareness of it in the neighborhood. So I became aware of it, and I'm like, all I see is people arguing, see and hear, people arguing, people blaming, and nobody gathering an initiative to do anything except propose a council come together to do something. I was making these particular sandwiches. I'll explain them later if you want, so just remind me. They're my special sandwiches, but they're like a pound sandwich each. Anyways, I was making these sandwiches. We typically sell them to people at the Renfield who work there, behind the scenes kind of thing. And uh, uh, I'm, I made so much money on that. We made so much money on that. They flew like hotcakes. It was freaking insane. It was out. Anyways, it was insanely cool. I made so much money on that. I took the money. I bought a top-notch, professional grade industrial weed eater, and got the anyways. And I literally and the fuel, and I started taking care of the street myself. Fuck it. Boom. It's down. One lady one day, she's driving home. I'm pretty sure the Renaissance Fair, maybe it was over, maybe it was ending, maybe it was getting close to there. But there was a lady driving home, and she lived there for years, not somebody visiting. She lived there for years. She comes down the street and she turns down her lane, or she's leaving, one or the other. I forget. I think she was leaving. And she goes, "You're my hero." And I was like, Well, that's nice, but I really didn't understand at the time. Well, the corner that I was cutting, a part of where I was cutting so people could walk and stuff, is in that area. The corner had been overgrown for years, years, overgrown for years. Nobody cut it. The person who owned the property didn't cut it. Nobody cut it. Nobody messed with it. And so she would literally, the nose of her car would have to be darn near in the middle of the street for her to be able to see if the road was clear. And so it was very dangerous for her every single time. And so, and for others, if there's a need, why start a fucking council, man? Do it. Just do you. If for me, personally, for myself, if I got the gumption to speak up about it, then I got the gumption to do something about it. I'd rather spend the energy doing something about it. I find that that's much more proactive to really affect a change. Complaining begets generally more complaining. Even in a solution, it still has more complaining attached to it because that was a part of the initial recipe for whatever the problem was. That's what I've learned, in the kitchen. You got to get fresh ingredients out the fridge or wherever you got. You got to get some, work with that old stuff, reheating the meal. And you got some recipes that call for that, but that's you know what I'm saying. That's different. And if you don't know what I'm saying, then I forgot what I was saying because my brain took a left. So I hope you knew what I was saying. If you don't, we're just chatting and enjoying a good day. At least that's how I see it. I'm having a great day. I hope you're having a great day. It doesn't take much to have a great day. It just takes your own mind, your own heart. That's about it. Joy is a pretty powerful thing. Oh, that reminds me. That was what I was wanting to talk about. All right. The soul is not bound to one form. We're an alchemist. Our soul can shift and become anything it needs to be. We can embody a multitude of realities, quite truly. One thing I've been quick to do in my life, one thing I have done since I was a child, okay? Since I was a little kiddo. And it started when my grandfather died. My grandfather, man, I don't know, man. Me and my grandfather, we shared more than words can say. I, I, I can explain it, but the time that I got to share with my grandfather was just priceless. And and when he died, man, that rebellious nature came out of me, and I was stuck as I was Jehovah's Witness, so that I was stuck there as that. The whole family was. He was too. Like the whole family was pretty much, pretty much. And not, I guess, not the whole family, but my family was, anyways. And And we were living over there after he passed away at his house with grandma. And I go across the street to this construction yard. I go get cigarette butts that people left. And then I had this little baggie. I'd hide them and stash them. And I had this spot because we had an acre of property in some woods. So I'd go stash it under by a tree. I had my little spot. I'd go smoke cigarettes. Be a little rebellious little mug. Cause I was like, you know what? If I have to, fine. I'll dance for you. I'll show you what you want to see. I'll blend in like I know I can. I'll blend in if I have to, which I did back then. And but I was like, but I'm not fitting into your mold. I'm gonna break your mold. Fuck your mold. Fuck what you think I should do. Fuck who you think I should be. Whatever you put me in, I'm gonna break out of it. Whatever you just put me in, I'm gonna break out of that one too. And the next one, the next one, the next one, and the next one. My soul is going to be ever changing and adaptable. It's going to be free flying. You ain't going to catch this bird. Nope. And so that's kind of mentality, heart, and spirit of who I am at my core. And that's something I recognized about myself, and I was able to draw back. No matter where I am, I don't want to be restricted. And I'll remind myself, I do it for myself to remind myself. They set up a rule. I'm going to follow my heart right where it wants to go. Just as I like to. Could care less. Think whatever you like. The wonderful thing about life is you get to live it how you choose to. That's the wonderful thing. Is the freedom for each person to make a choice to live. They want to change that choice later, they can change that choice. If they don't want to change that choice, they don't have to change that choice. I remind myself on a daily basis, well, maybe not daily, but often enough, I'll tell you that much, that nobody has to do anything. You don't have to do anything. Sure, there's consequences for it. Sure, there's another path in life for it. Sure, you can deal with that outcome. I've seen people deal with every single just about kind of outcome you could imagine. Just darn about. You could do, you don't have to do nothing. But if you choose to do something, that means something. That's effort. That's work. That's dedication. I think this was with James, or maybe someone else. I think it's someone else. I don't know, whatever. But they were doing something, and I was helping them out or whatever, and I don't know how to work that platform. I don't know how to work that system. I don't know how to do anything over there. I'm not learning it. I don't have goals to be there. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know it. So it's a whole new system with buttons and options I have no clue about. And this person was smart enough to send me pictures along with typed out instructions. And I even sent him an email back, and I was like, "But what you fucked up? I'm not gonna deal with this." And I was like, "Well, I'll try it one more time." He did send pictures and instructions. Let me read it and take a close look. And I I tried to follow it, and I lost it. And then I clicked a button, and it pulled up the right end. I saw the last picture. That one matched up. I was like, "Ooh, okay, That one. There you go. That's what you needed. Okay, we got it. We're good. But if I was going to get into that system, if I was going to choose to learn it, if I was going to actually utilize that platform, well then okay, I'm not going to get angry with it. I'm going to open it up and we're going to click this and go there and oh okay, that don't go back there. Okay, I'm going to start working with it. I'm going to start getting familiar with it. I'm going to understand this and that and oh now I need this. I'll find that out, whatever the case along the way. It's a work in progress. I don't expect the best from the start. That's not likely what's going to happen. And if that does happen, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Do it more. You're gonna be aces on it. It's the first tarot reading I did. Well, not the first one, but I'll say the first public one I did. And somebody came back to me 3 years later, and everything I gave them solutions to all the situations that were going to happen, and they came back 3 years later. They saw me, and they were so happy. They were so happy because for every situation, they knew exactly what to do in that situation, and they had an option. And because they had an option, they were able to not be stuck in that problem. And there was one major event for each year, and they were able to overcome with ease practically. So when that happened, that was the first and only time up to that point that I had done tarot publicly and worked with my own system that I developed as well. Used the angel deck and worked with my system. And excuse me, or not. And it was spot on. It was spot on. I wasn't trying to do nothing super special. I was just being me like I do. And so that really kind of started me off in this direction, truly. I'm laughing because it's amazing how it's amazing how people think they know something and they're going to preach this and they're going to sell this to the ends of time. And I've walked like fucking 60 fucking thousand miles past that step. I was there. I was there. I used to think just like that. I'm happy I'm not there anymore. When I got when I got to a state of inner peace, like before I said I didn't like care, but like I did. I still did. In all my actions, I still cared. I still wanted to make, change things in that regard. And now, oh, once I got there, I was just happy. I was like, fuck, I'm just happy. I'm just happy to be out. I'm just happy to be out. If I can help other people be liberated in their own spirit and their own lives, awesome, awesome sauce, sweet, yay, woohoo. But I ain't losing 1 ounce of wink of sleep, emotional anything, zero. Like zero. What, zero, zero shits given. It's no. I really went down some paths in life that have helped my mind be able to understand more things at play, more things going on, more things working behind the scenes than what I thought. My mom, she was always 20 steps ahead of me. Oh, yeah, buddy. I irritated the piss out of her at a good amount of times on that regard. I'd be thinking this. She already thought over here. And in my youth, man, in my youth, I thought I knew. I thought I knew some things I did, but so much more I had no clue. I had no clue. And that's why my mom, she'd tell me all the time, you'll understand when you're older. Because she got wise enough to say, you know what? There ain't sense in trying to teach you. You ain't going to get it. Your mind is somewhere else. I see where you are in life. So I can't use these other words with you. And I can't explain the last 20 plus years of my life that it took me to get there. You know what I'm saying? From after being a kid and, learning, actually actively learning a bit in life. So she just said, I'll understand when I'm older. And I got older and she passed on already. And I started learning. I started understanding. I realized how wise she was. And I'm glad I did pay attention to what she did. I'm glad I did shut up most of the time. I'm glad whatever she did call, that's what we did, or whatever the case. She had a better plan than me most of the time. I knew a few things. I knew the things I was into that she didn't do or mess with. That was that own case. But as far as life goes and things in that nature, she's a pretty awesome mom. I didn't realize it, but in my construct, I was never taught how to be like mom or dad. I was taught how to be me. Now, I'm not saying I don't know how to be mom or dad or whatever, but you get what I'm, just follow me for a moment. But as I was growing up, it was like my mom's generation, they were taught how to be parents. They were really taught, like everything that was coming out, the whole world was like teaching them how to be excellent parents. And those excellent parents, man, they taught us kiddos how to be us. How to like I learned how to be me. I didn't necessarily learn how to be other things. And so after my mom had passed away and my father practically disowned me within 3 months of that happening, I was like, shoot, like I didn't get that lesson in life. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. And then in hindsight, I look back and I realize what my mom did for me the most. She created a safe environment so that I could be the kid, so that I could be me without judgment, without hate, so that I could just be me. She created that safe space. She fought off the evil that I had no idea that was coming from others. And after this whole spiritual journey I've been on, shit, you got a problem in life? Give me a name. I'll put it on my altar. They'll be taken care of. I know how to do backup. I don't even have to physically be present. I don't even need a picture. Successful time and time again. Oh, I know how to protect. Got that one down solid. And that's the whole idea, that's the whole reality to people having an out of body experience within a sacred space. Because the sacred space is truly blocking out all the negative energy. And that's why when the soundboard, the gong, or the instrument is played, or the words are spoken, whichever one is happening, or combination thereof, and the person's in the center of that ceremonial area and they have an out of body experience. It's like having a vivid dream while you're consciously awake and sitting there, literally. And they, that would happen only because I figured it out. I was not giving them that journey. I was not I was not creating that path for them for to astrally have, or I was I created a safe environment so that their soul could travel and their body would not be hit with negative energies. That's it. I sat on the outside of the portal as guardian, like, you're right there, you're doing your thing, everything's coming cool. I'm right here. If anything came in, I'm dealing with it right away. Like, nothing's coming in. You good. You good. And so the soul can do what it needs to do, and the person has that experience. And I see through this journey of this spiritual shamanic course that the Divine Mother, she did a couple things for me that I didn't necessarily ask for, but gosh, I appreciate. And one, she brought peace into my heart. And two, she taught me how to protect family. She taught me how to be a mama bear. Protect her cubs, bro. Well, shift into a mama lion if I need to. Whatever it needs to be. And can be just as lovely and cuddly and playful as ever if I just want to have fun and all the problems are away till we could just have fun. We'll leave the claws retracted. It's chilly. It's cold. Chilly cold. But hot coffee. I got it. It does, man. It feels cold. It's a good thing. See you soon. It's THC. Earlier, we were talking about breaking molds, not staying in somebody's prerequisite conditions of what you are. Because if somebody paints me as a janitor and I'm found to be teaching somebody in the library, helping them with their class, and then I happen to be homeless too and starving. Like none of that makes sense. You put all that together, none of that really makes fucking sense. You're talking about like a movie or some crap. So when somebody puts you in a mold in a title, all you gotta do is anything that breaks the fucking mold. Anything that breaks it, do something different, and now they can't label you like that anymore. They can't consciously or subconsciously label you into a molded picture. That's all you can be. You can't be anything else. That's all you are. That's what you are. I've labeled you. You have a label. That's what you do. That's what you fit in. And that's all you are. I'm gonna fucking break out that shit. Break that fucking shell. Crack that hole. Crack that hole. Crack that hole. Not what you thought I was I? Nope. Keep guessing. Give them just enough to let them keep guessing. I got an email the other day from somebody, and they were asking rather personal questions. I wrote a boat. I shared the info, and I'm like, you know, those kind of questions, for me, I didn't put this in the email, but for those kind of questions, if I knew you in person, I'd make that call whether I share that info with the person or not. But a complete, absolute, never met you in person, don't know who you are, don't know what you are, don't know the reader, don't know shit, and we starting off with those questions? Wow, I'm just gonna take a hard pass. Yeah, I don't know. I like. Can we get to know each other first? It's okay. The questions were asked. I'm not upset about that. I just bring it up to for what one is comfortable with. Proceed with. For what one's not comfortable with, don't. Set your boundaries. What you're okay to share, what you're not okay to share, what you know about yourself, and what you do not need validation or confirmation or shit from anybody else. You know what the fuck happened. You know what you did to change things around, and now you got a different life. Fuck the rest. That ain't for you to know. Fuck off. That's a trade secret. If I told you that solution, that information, that's a trade secret. You're gonna have a I better know hands down you a good person. I better know. Not guess. Not be mistaken. I better calculate and know you a good person. Good heart. If I can't verify that through and through, I can't go there with that. So personal limits and personal boundaries are very important to set so that one is aware of what they will say yes to and what they will say no to, with explanation or without. That's your call. But I've found that when I say no and people ask for an explanation, what's the explanation matter? I'm not up for it. If I was up for it, then I would have given, make sure that's there, and we're going to get that together. And if you get that, and okay, then we'll do it. Then I'm down. But none of that was stated. A no was fucking given. Your proposal is shot down. My answer is no. People are curious to satisfy every lingering detail of Curie. But I tell you, you can get very easily lost in the minutiae of irrelevant details. Let me connect very specifically. If one is doing personal memory exercises so as to recall past life events, past lives, okay, this, I'm not talking about memory regression. That's different. That's got, I'm not into that. I don't I don't mess with that stuff. It's flawed. Plain and simple, it's flawed. But memory exercises, personal memory exercises, and being able to get to past lives, I've I've talked with individuals, and I became aware that there is a good amount of individuals in the world, and they're trying to get they want to remember everything out of the past life. They want to remember all the little details and all this little side stuff and all that little stuff and this stuff and that stuff and this stuff and that stuff. I'm just going to tell you what I decided to do when I started working that past life memory exercise and stuff. I said, I don't care about the details. I don't care about the small stuff. I don't care about the day to day shit. I need the life lesson. Whatever I need to be given, whether it be a visual, a sound, a fuck, I don't give a fuck. I just give me the life lesson. That was the goal. That's what I'm looking for in every. Did you get a life lesson from something? Did you go through something in life where you got a life lesson and now you apply that all the time or whenever it's needed and you always get a win, whatever you're dealing with? That, that's what I'm looking for in everybody, in everything that I do, in every book that I read. I'm looking for, that's the gold. That is the value. So even for my own past lives, that's what I went for. Just give me a life lesson. Boom. So I didn't get a bunch of unnecessary details from one life and waste all that energy. Nah, I was able to get from many past lives and get all of those life lessons. And that's what I focused on bringing back. Focus on the information that you're truly investigating. Become a detective. It's not hard. They've got free video games. They've got video games you could buy. They've got board games. They've got books. They got how to be a detective fucking PDFs. I'm quite sure if I put how to be a detective, I could pull that shit up and it's gonna tell me there's gonna be a web page with somebody's freaking information sharing how to investigate stuff. Holy crikey, now I know how to solve a mystery in my life. How many mysteries are surrounding your life right now? How many people got you clusterfucked and you don't know if they're for you or against you because they've been sending you mixed signals? Go investigate how to be a fucking Sherlock Holmes. You could. Look, my mom, we were going to get some chihuahuas. So my mom looked up and she bought some books on how to take care of chihuahuas. And when we had chihuahuas and they were doing certain things, my mom was like, it's happening because of that. And they're doing that because of that. Let's get them this. And let's do that and that. She had a solution for everything. We weren't just hit with problems. There was a problem and we had a solution for it because she investigated it. She didn't just pretend. She didn't just apply a word and say, oh, I guess I'm going to try this. I wonder why they're doing that. Now, we looked into it. She looked into it first. Explanation. Most people go, man, chihuahuas, they be barking like crazy. You know what? We appreciated the fuck out of it. Because if it was a person or a bird, if there was movement outside of our house, we fucking knew it. And that's why we wanted them. We wanted to know They were letting us know. They were doing exact. Not once I ever tell our dog to be quiet. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Thank you. Would you like a treat now? I go into people's house and they got a dog. The dog be barking and the person goes, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, stop barking, stop barking." And I'm looking at this person. This person's into their 50s. They've had this dog for at least 10 to 12 years. At least. This dog's old. They've been telling this dog to stop bark for a multitude of years. Now, if if I find somebody and they're trying to verbally communicate with another species and they're using the English language and this species does not acknowledge the other person ever once, they don't comprehend the fucking words, and the person keeps doing it 3 times in a row with zero fucking good results happening from their fucking interactions, and they keep doing the goddamn pattern, I'm out. I'm out. I see how limited that person is. They are certifiably motherfucking something's going on that I ain't gonna live with it. I ain't gonna be around it. Are you kidding me? Uh, that's like me talking to this vape and I'm trying to tell it to do something. Can you grow me a flower? Will you grow me? That's fucking insane. Are you No. No. Just stupid. That's what people do. And that's what they're stuck doing. And then they come and they interact with you or me and they think they can do. Hold on. You're talking to a dog. Now if you trained this life, they actually could understand the words and they would actually stop on command. But you haven't taken the time to understand this other life you live with, therefore you have an inability to train them appropriately. So, and now you're gonna come and try to tell me I'm doing something. I need to do something different. I need to follow what I. That's why I disregard what people have to tell me, because they truly are fucking nuts. And they think they've studied, they think they went to a university, they think they fucking know everything. They don't even have the capacity to identify love. They're so analytical of their environment, they would fucking destroy love by trying to cut it up and dissect it. Choose the information you decide to get into. Choose what you're going to uncover. Choose what you're going to investigate. Choose what you're going to ask why to. What is the purpose? What, if you get that answer, what does it fulfill for you? What does it tell you? What did it do? When I have somebody ask me 4 motherfucking questions and I haven't given an answer to one, what the fuck are you trying to assess and what the fuck are you trying to figure out? Because all those questions are leading your mind to an ultimate conclusion. What conclusion? What are you trying to uncover? I'm not stupid. Everybody's a smart motherfucker in this world, even the stupidest looking ones. Why do you think the card in the tarot of the motherfucker starting the journey is a fool? Dressed up with all sorts of confectionery and splendid to say, fuck you, society, I'm on another journey. And that's pretty damn liberating for each person that gets there. I'm not the only one who got there. You just might just see me on the screen, but I'll tell you what, one thing I've learned in this world, if there's one of something, you could bet your bottom dollar there's probably 1,000 more that never been talked about or heard of. You think I got here all by myself? I might be physically alone, but I got family in all unseen places, fairies and gnomes and angels and all sorts of fantastical beings, because they were human at one point in their past. They were their life form that they were in their past. Their body gave out at some point and they ascended on into another form, whether that form be a physical body, a different spiritual body, an upgraded soul body. What? Like in the beginning, your soul's just this little orb, and then it like sits inside of human, and that orb starts changing its shape and looking a little different. Starts having some structure, and then it shifts to be a dragon or fairy or who knows, maybe something new altogether that's never been classified. Who knows who each one is going to become and blossom into. And that's why I really hold back from putting expectations on others. I hope with all my efforts and their own efforts they can find the master that they are. Because that's a journey of discovery. That's a personal journey. And once you get on that journey, for me, I've been on that journey so long, sheesh, yeah. I love the journey. It's fun. It's new. It's exciting. It's exciting. Exciting. I was gonna say exciting, and then exhilarating popped out. Exciting. It was found here first, folks. Sports, when you see it said, it is exciting. It happened here first. Have fun with life as much as you can. But I'm telling you, I saw this in a movie. I'm sure it was based on more than just the movie. I'm sure it had history before the movie. Had to have. But at least to what I'm connecting with, it said every single story, every life story, your life story, it's either going to boil down to being a tragedy or a comedy. How events go, it's either going to be one or the other. I lived tragedy. I lived that so long and learned all my lessons that finally now I can start really like letting the comedy be. The tragedy is shifting into a comedy. Hold on, wait. If we put more comedy than tragedy here, hold on. It started out with a tragedy. It's a comedy. Oh, let's go with that. If you laugh, and I appreciate it at any point or moment, so you feel free to laugh. I could care less. I walked in a store once. I walked into a Dollar General, Texas, the way I am. Well, not exactly like this, but close enough. And and there was a group of individuals, and they turned back around, and I'm not, and to me, I shouldn't like family, man. I grew up around, and they turned back. They were strangers. They turned back around and saw me, and they fucking bent over, fucking laughing, like hardcore laughing, and I wasn't offended. I was not offended. Not from the initial anything to the end. A group of gentlemen, seemingly to my appearance, got off work, getting a snack, whatever the case, and they are laughing. They're like, good, good. You know how, normally you gotta go pay money for a comedian for that. That popped out of nowhere. Out of nowhere in their script of life did they see a character like me, a person of myself, to walk in and be present. Holy sheep shit. They were able to be themselves. They didn't have to fucking fake it. They didn't have to pretend or try to be. Now, I do mention respect's big, but they didn't try to be anything. They were just being themselves, and that's why. Shit, just let it roll. Let it roll. Let it be. It's all right. Shoot, we're gonna survive much more. If we can't survive that, how are we gonna make it through this rough world tomorrow? It'll be impossible. Come on now. At least that's the way I think. Oh, yeah, it's definitely my garb. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I got a story for you. Okay, all right, I got a story. So, pretty much I walked out of my home city. I lived at this Renaissance fair for a while, and I worked there, and then the fair ended, and I wound up finding a place to stay on site. They hired me and gave me a spot to stay. Or it was the same spot I was in. They let me keep staying there, and I took care of the grounds and helped and did other things, and and oh my goodness, and the fair ended, and or that ended, that time ended, and they were like, okay, it's time you got to go and hit the road. So I hit the road with somebody, and essentially I had to stay in in a city for a while until this person can come pick me up a few days later. Seven, six, seven, six. I think it was a full 7 days later. It might have been six. In any case, I was living in the woods. I found a spot in the woods. So okay, I'll stay here, walk around the city during the day, or whatever the case, and boom. So I know that those donation stations that have like you could put stuff there. If it's inside the bin, you can't touch it. That's like that's wrong. But if it's outside of the bin, it's free grab. It's not stealing. It's not nothing. You can pick it up. No worries. So I'm walking by this gas station on my way back to the woods, and I see this one particular garbage bag over by the station over there. And in my mind, it's like, that bag's for you. So I'm like, okay, boom. I go up. It's like, don't fucking go through the bag. Pick up the bag and just go. I'm like, all right. So I just pick up the bag and I go. Now, these were ladies' clothings. I'm a dude. I was not trying to dress like a girl. However, I'm living in the woods. It's motherfucking hot. Every single day I'm sweating. And I don't want to smell like BO. So, this bag of clothes, they fit me perfect. Perfect. But they were ladies' clothing. I'm walking down the street. And, okay, I put these jeans on. They were a pair of jeans. Okay. And I'm walking down the street. And I get honk, honk, honk. Woo! And they drive by, and the dude pokes his head out the window, looking back at my face, and what he saw, his face just went. Dude was fucking lost. He was fucking complete shock. I was not trying to do it. Well, at least to say these jeans were apple bottom motherfucking booty jeans. Like, oh my god, like they, and my ass just fit in them like a good love. It's just like plump. Oh my god. And my hair, all right, my hair, like right now, I got the underside shaved and whatnot. So like this is not the most of my hair. This is just some. This is like a small portion of my hair is thick when it's all grown out, and my hair was like pretty. Yeah, it was long, but it was decently long enough at this point. So, yeah, people were thinking different things depending on what I was wearing. Oh, I heard some stories back. Oh my god. Essentially, dudes would see me from the backside, like somewhere I'd be every day. Dudes, they, they would see me like I'd be walking away or whatever. They see my backside. I'd be dressed. I was dressed. They see my backside. And they would literally like be attracted. And then they would see who I was and they'd be like, they would literally have a whole fucking life melt flip fuck shit. I'm not into dudes, not like that. Like a good friend or whatever, spiritual buddy. I'm into chicks. If I have a relationship, she gotta be female. I would like female parts there. Lady, you could be masculine. You could be all the masculine, whatever you want to be. But I need female body at least. Anyways, but yeah, man. And then years later, just me being me, man. There were so many people that I love to hang out with, and then I find out that these couples they had arguments. They had arguments that lasted days over me. Oh, fucking, I don't remember what, man. I remember one time in particular. People tell me about it. Now I was sitting with this one couple one time, and we were just shooting the shit and chatting. They invited me over. I was like, "Fuck yeah, they were like, let's smoke." It's like, "Yeah, cool. Let's fucking lit it up and everything." Woo woo. And 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 they started relating an argument they were having because I think it fell into the category of I can't even remember. I can't remember. I remember one thing and then I think of another thing and then I don't I don't I don't remember specifically, so I won't even mention it. But yeah, so there's all sorts of things that happen just from me being me. I wasn't hitting on any of the girls. I wasn't trying to come on to anybody like that. I'm just me. I'm just me. I'm just doing me. I'm just doing me. And I'm not used to people being into me. So I ain't trying to hit on nobody. Like I'm not used to being. It's been six 6 years. I've been single for 6 years, and I ain't going and looking or messing around or nothing. I ain't that kind of person. I ain't like that. People just naturally, I don't know, whatever it is, and I take it. I take it for what it is. I'll keep growing. I'll keep doing until something opens up or something else. I'll grow towards this. I'll do that. I got my sights over there. Whatever the case. But at least people are having discussions if they have to be an argument. But at least people are talking about things that need to get out in the open, things that were truly issues to them as people, and that's what they're trying to do. Whatever the case, they're trying to find some balance in where they saw the world a little bit different than each other, and that just makes me think of that whole being evenly yoked kind of a thing, man. If you got the right person, like y'all moving in the correct direction together. But if not, different values, different standards, different goals. that house is divided. It ain't gonna move nowhere. We ain't gonna do nothing with it. It ain't gonna stand. It's gonna go right down. It's gonna fall through. I've had a saying for many years in my life. At first, I only applied it to relationships, and then I started applying it into real life, just to everything. And it's true. Whether it be a relationship, an intimate relationship, or a friendship, or whatever that may be, or so forth, whatever the relationship, we're either going to grow together or we're going to grow apart. We're both going to grow in some direction. Some people don't grow. I know I'm gonna develop. I'm gonna think. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna shift. I'm gonna morph. I'm gonna something new. Whatever the case. So if the other person doesn't want to grow, they just want to stay where they are in life, and that's it. And it's not. I see those limits and respecting those limits. I love breaking limits. I love cracking out of the cage and breaking the mold. But for someone else, that's not my decision. For you, that's not my decision. That's your decision to do what you choose to do with your life. So that decision doesn't belong to anybody else except to you. You're the ultimate choice for your life. And I think that is very important to remember. No matter who you're helping, no matter who you're working for, no matter what you're going and doing, no matter who you're, hey, I put all my, back in my day when my mom was alive, I put all my coins into my mom's pocket, man. There you go, mom. You Richard. I'll let you know what I want. We'll get what we want when we get whatever, but you, you know how to run things pretty damn smooth. So. You can find that person in life, but that's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you do. I do remember what I'm talking about this time. it's it's your childhood self, man. It's I remember being a kid. I don't know about when you were young, but I remember being a kid. Maybe you'll connect, maybe you won't. And every morning I woke up was like a new. I don't care if I'm going to school or going here. Every day is a new day. I'm not worried about starving. I'm not worried about being homeless. I'm not worried about paying bills. I ain't worried about shit. I don't know about none of that. All I know is my purpose is to be who I am. At first, it was to remember who I am. That's another story. Purpose is to be who I am. Just be present. Just be present. Just be there. Just be present. Be present in that moment. Don't be there physically and in the mind be somewhere else. Be there in that place, in that moment. Be present. And in being who I am and living out my life, I've been led to everything I've meant to uncover. I've had all the interactions that I appreciate having with people that I never thought I'd have interactions with. There's one time in my life I was living in an area, bro, man, that shit was like dangerous. I didn't even realize it. I was having fun, I was playing video games. So I was practically living in an environment where I'm pretty sure every person either had a knife or a gun, and it wasn't for hunting. And I'm not just talking about the house I was in. It's a fucking. I didn't know, man. I was tired of where I was for a bit. I needed a different venue. I just get the fuck away from all the fucking, yeah, all the shit. You can't find me. I'm over there up on the roof because I'm a roofer. I knew how I was working a roof, and I had all the roofing materials. Dude had roof leaks. So I'll get up there and patch up your roof for you. I got up there and took care of it for him. Had the materials and everything. Oh man, memories, good times. Being that kid, that's what I know how to do. I I remember being a kid, and then I matched it with the scriptures, and I matched it with the holy things, and then I matched it with all the seers and these there's people who can do stuff these days, and the gurus and so forth, and they're getting to this state, and they can make real world changes in their capacities of what they can do. And so I was like, oh, so the key is just being a kid at the heart and in the mind, still able to be responsible and aware of the situations of reality today. Shit, I'm interdimensional traveler, bro. Yeah, I can merge three of those things into one. Let's do it. We're gonna splash magic in there as a natural element of all of those things. And now we remember the alchemists that we are, able to affect our reality because we are not stuck living in another world of someone else's creation. We have the freedom to input our own creations, and that creates a whole new dynamic. It's like an ecosystem that always has something new coming into it. Mm. It can always thrive. Diversity is always presenting itself. When that diversity comes into unity, it can ascend together. It can be an electromagnetic force, merge, unified, marriaged as one, propelling ascension, not just thinking of the life after this one, but understanding that that energy is within and that we are connecting to that which is on the out. From the macro to the micro, thus the cosmos exists. As in heaven, so below. The controller, the operator to all the effects of creation that we see around us. New planets, new this happened, that's happening, this is changing, that's changing. We got the satellites, we got the information, we got the telescopes, we got the technology. Sheesh. If I go back to being a little kid seeing the first, not the first one, the Star Trek movie with Picard and it's First Contact. First Contact, when they make first contact, because the ship, they gotta get it, they gotta send their ship into the outer space, and then the outer ships passing by at that time, and they're like, hey, they're flying and stuff. So First Contact is made, right? With the Vulcans, right? Boom, that kicks off. Boom. Okay. So if I was that kid watching that movie and I walked outside and the world is what it is, I would have said we fucking made first contact. From then to now, look at the fucking world. We got quantum computers that are designing themselves and we're building them. We don't even know how to fucking make the quantum computer or we don't know how it works, but we know how to assemble it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's real. Look it up. Look it up. Go on. I don't even dare you. Go on. Look it up. We know how to assemble it. We don't know. We don't how. We don't exactly know how it's popping out shit. They find the future in technology. I find the future is you. The future is you. It's not the technology. The technology is a complement. It's a complement. It is not the primary focus to any capacity. As we focus on the technology, we disconnect our diversity. Make sure we create a technological feat. But where's the heart? Where's the connection? All I gotta say is, you know the movie, you know the movie. Patch Adams, boom. That's a real story right there. Too much technology, the heart's lost. We gotta remember the heart. Without heart, all the healing in the world ain't gonna do much good. But a hug that lasts, time shared, body to body contact, just being people, sociable, not feeling alone, not being alone, not so separated. Oh, I can't be shoulder to shoulder with you. Oh, you got cooties or something. Ooh. I can identify a person's limitations by the fear that they have. Fear holds a person back from connecting with another individual, and that fear ultimately comes from being hurt themselves. And, and, that's like saying I'm never going to eat chocolate again because I always get it on my clothes. I got wash and dryer. I got two hands. I can get some soap and water and wash that shit out. Fuck it. I'm gonna eat some chocolate, motherfucker. I enjoy it. Messy or whatever. Some good stuff. Teach their own on what they choose, of what they like in life. Me and my mom, we had this saying. You ever looking to get with somebody, you think, oh, I'm getting with this person and they got this quality and they're like this and oh, it's so happy and so nice and da 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 da. Me and my mom would come to the idea, the reality. Shit, after so many years, you're gonna realize the truth was from the beginning. It's pick your problem. Everybody gonna come with a little bit of a problem, a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a something that just don't seem to work just like you want it to. So pick your problem, and you're gonna know what you okay with putting up with versus what's gonna drive you off the wall bonkers. And if all you're looking is at the sweet coating on the top, when you get to the center in the long run, you won't be sorely disappointed and wonder why is woe is me. Why is woe is me? That's what you won't wonder. Unevenly yoked. Going for pleasure, satisfaction, desire, temptation, not reason, not definition, not great understanding. I will not get you very far, because you won't find yourself right back where you were. I watched somebody for 8 years. I watched somebody for 8 years straight, and all they did with their life was chase one good time to the other. And this is what they did. This is what I saw for 8 years continuously in every situation. From beginning, good, to the end, catastrophic bad. Forget it. Don't go back to it. Find a new beginning, good, bad, catastrophic ending. Get rid of it. Trash it. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Don't maintain it. Don't go back to it. Don't shit on it. It's done. New good, bad ending. And that's what they would do over and over. Every single fucking relationship. Every single one. If it stayed in the good category, that's just because they didn't stick around long enough and have enough experiences for it to end bad. Situations caused a split before that could be realized. Didn't matter what I had to say. Didn't matter what I had to do. Didn't matter what I did. Personally, for my own life. Or to help. From the first day to the last day, that's what they chose. My error was in trying to help them not repeat that mistake, because I didn't realize they were wedded. They made a marriage contract with that lifestyle. That was that was their lifestyle. That's how they lived life. They made a contract with that. So it didn't matter what I had to say or do, or anyone else was going to say or do. That's what they were going to do. When I could finally understand this, that's when I could stand the fuck up and say, you know what? I got some plans in life. And it includes another motherfucker. It includes what I got to do for my own life. And I could give a fuck less if somebody want to jump on board or not. Fuck that shit. I'm done with this one. I was out. That's what helped me realize that I had to give up on trying to help people that didn't want the help. That's why I had to realize and go back to my own language, my own book. Yes, it's published. Yes, I'll send you a free PDF copy if you'd like. It's called Setchra, Setchra. I had to go back to my own language, to my own writings, to my own realization, and say, in life, I'm going to extend so much energy to help, and once that is complete, I'm done. The other person's going to be angry at me. The other person's going to wonder why. The other person's going to this. The other person's going to that. I don't give a shit. I could have spent half of that energy fighting with them to try to explain to them the good I'm doing, or I could take 100% of my energy and do nothing but good and walk away like a ghost into the night and never be seen or heard from again. I'd rather go with option 2. I'd rather not contribute to disharmony. I'd rather leave a huge question mark than fight with somebody. The question mark's gonna hurt more. The question mark for a heart of love is going to compel them to understand everything that happened, which is going to pour them over the past, and they're going to look over it in their own shadow work, and they're going to go, oh, there's the life lesson. That doesn't mean we're friends. It doesn't mean we're hanging out. It doesn't mean it changed course. But they got the life lesson they needed from our time together, and now they got an ace in their hole, ace in their pocket. They could pop out anytime. Boom! I got my win from it. You're gonna get your win from it if you just see it. But if you're stuck on the negative, I can't fix that. I can't fuck with stupid. I don't fuck with stupid. And I fucked with stupid for 8 fucking years trying to fix it. And you can't fix stupid. I tried. I tried. I fucking tried. And at the end of that, that's when I said, that's the last time I'll go to that length. That's it. I'll never do that again. I'll do it for me. I don't do that for nobody else. I ain't putting myself in that situation. I ain't going down to the bottom of the barrel ever again. And then I want to go into the temple, and that's where I start finding out we resonate the energy and we keep it high. We keep it. We ain't here at temple to motherfucking learn something. You should have learned that shit at home. We here raising the energy, keeping it high, moving it. That was the energy for myself to put in for myself, because I'd been trying to put it into somebody else every single day of my life, not just those 8 years, but every day of my life prior. I had been trying to pour all that healing energy into somebody else. And so that left me weak and unable to be happy or secure or solid. That left me open to one bad comment and my whole day was ruined. I go home and just slice my heart open all by myself and swallow every sore pill people had to give me. But not no more. Shit. I put that energy into myself. My own energy's nice and solid. Throw whatever the fuck comment you want out at me. I'll tell you something a little bit worse about myself you probably don't know about. Bet that. I was a fucking pushover in life. Even after my mom passed on, I was a fucking nice, kind pushover. And then the divine spirit, the divine mother, she said, hey, Set, go teach him that lesson he needs to learn. And Set, the master of chaos, comes to me. And he said, hey, Mom wanted me to remind you something. And I was like, oh, what's up? We haven't chatted in a while. What's up? And he's like, you remember how you were before you were 5 years old? I said, oh, fuck yeah. I was a motherfucker. Give me an excuse. Just let me see 2 people yelling at each other. I'm gonna go swinging, bro. Let's go. Let's get this shit on. Oh, God. Fuck it. I don't give a shit what tomorrow brings or what the next hour brings. I want a thrill and I want to get in it. He said, bring them back. I said, with all this spirit good stuff? He said, yep. I said, oh. I put him away for a good long while. He was a scrapper. That one was a scrapper. Oh, he was a scrapper. Oh, okay, let's do that. Oh, life started getting really fun after that. Because now my little childhood mentality was back, bro. Like, not only this nice, refined mentality, but also that scrapper kiddo mentality right out the kicker, bro. different life before I was 5 years old. Well, you might be new to you might be new here, you might not ever seen me before, but I've shared before. My dad, not good things, man. Like to the family. But he come after me, no matter how young I was, right out, no matter how young I was, he couldn't touch me. He couldn't touch me. Whatever it was, I've never been alone. That much I've known in my life, I've never been alone. There's some connection I've had since a youth. And this shamanic journey has been remembering those connections that naturally were established, that naturally were there. I didn't have to try to understand how to do it. I didn't have to understand how to be that way. I didn't have, that's just me. That was my childhood self. And they were lost. They were tamed. They were turned into a pushover nice guy. Puh. I may be a healer, but motherfucker, show me a wrong going on in front of my face. It's gonna change. That gonna change real quick. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know you need some help on that side of things, on the spirit. We'll shift. I don't know how to do nowhere. I don't gotta do nothing. I say some prayers. Obstacles start getting out of people's way naturally. Just happens. Elements, magic, connection. Because if the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, feels their child's heart in anguish, they're going to react so fast that the person never saw it coming. They never had a chance. They picked on something loving. And the Divine Father and the Divine Mother will protect that. If you are loving and innocent and you have a connection with the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, there is nothing that's going to harm you in this world. Not if you get harmed, you'll be able to recover from it just fine. It's not going to destroy your life. It's not going to stick you with an incapacity to live and be who you need and want to be. I've seen, I've experienced, and I've heard how people feel stalked. If you can't deal with some motherfucking paparazzi, what the? You think you're going to make this spiritual journey? You think you're going to make it up to heaven? You think you're going to be able to walk and be steady in your regard of what you choose to go towards? Nope. You've fallen over. Oh, they're watching me. Oh, they're after me. The fuck? They're watching a star walk like it. You're the main fucking character of somebody's story right now. Fucking put your shoulders back a little bit. Shit. Fucking something. Because the world, they can't stop God's children. They can't stop the miracles. The new energy coming in cannot be stopped. Man has had plans to create the future they want, but the energy flowing through our world does not support their plans. So their 1,000+ young fucking plan for future domination was a failure from the initial idea. The energy in the world, regardless of human influence, is not palpable for that to succeed in the long term. It's going to die off. if it dies off directly or if it dies off simply by being starved. Either way, it's going to die. There's not enough support. There's more psychics being born into our world every single day. I'm not lying to you. Every child being born in this world right now is being born with psychic gifts, at least two, if not three, straight off the bat. I don't care if you believe me or not. That's what's happening. They're losing the numbers. I figured out a long time ago. Breed them out. How do you conquer the world? Breed it out. God made an incarnation onto this world. Whatever faith you want to see it, comes back around. That was the big one. Then he comes back to this one and comes back to that one, whatever the case, right? So if you done it once, we need you got the recipe for that one time? All of just flood it. All, bring in the gates. I'll open up the doors every day. Flood it in. Yep, everyone, all of them. Good, bad, all of them. Yep, we good. That's what's gonna win it out. Yep. So the world's full of angelic beings. Humans will have the support that they need. Through literal people walking right around who are truly angels and divine beings incarnate with all sorts of abilities and gifts. We're all coming through. It's really fucking simple. It's not hard. It's not complicated. Look at big strategies. Look at how like you got like your town, your king, his place, and you have like a kingdom which has like other places, right? That king's like king of that nation too, and he's like king of that nation too. So like they all got to do what he says, right? So when you, or I should say when people talk about chess, playing chess moves in life, they're not playing chess. They have a different fucking game that they're playing at the rules and what the shit they're actually carrying out. Chess is fucking yesteryear. Got something bigger going on. And that's why people with psychic abilities, I'm sending blessings out the wazoo to y'all. Because to me, that's my family. Those are the people I connect with. I believe every single person alive can do this. I believe that the people who say that they don't feel anything are fucking liars. That's easy. Oh, I don't feel anything. Yeah, okay, sure. Easy enough. You can say that. That don't make it fucking true. I learned people are really great at lying. You could lie to yourself so much that you actually believe the lie, and so now you're actually telling the truth, but the truth is actually a fucking illusion that you've learned how to paint for yourself. So my family, they can pick things up, they can be aware, they know, they've experienced things. It doesn't mean that you're an expert, that you're a master, that you know all the abilities, but you've been noticing some oddities in life and you've tried to confirm this with other people. And when you go try to confirm it with them, all they can do is deny. If they affirmed, then they'd have to go down a whole path of revealing truth, which would expose the lies they've been leading you down. So why would they confirm that? My family would be truthful and be like, yo, I had that experience too. That shows me a bigger picture of the world. Now I can see my environment. Damn, people were fucking with me. I see that now. Let me change my shit up. Well, I didn't have to get into their life. I didn't have to tell them what to do. I didn't have to do anything. I was just being me. Fucking influence was the influence. Boom, boom, boom. Their life got better. Psh, shit. Cool. Let's get these dominoes off the board and start getting the puzzle pieces out so we can see the environment that we're actually in. Tired of shit falling down in this world. We just need to see what we're working with. The triangle. I got mine here on my wrist, at least for now. I might find another location, but I got my triangle right there. Boom, right? The triangle connects to the Divine Mother massively. Connects, depending on which direction, can have more meanings, but for me, the triangle, massive connection with Divine Mother. And the shamans of old, they would trace a triangle into their palm to remind them of this. And I've been doing it as well. I do it with my eyeliner, actually. At the end, I just kind of trace it in. It's worn off. Actually, I didn't have that much extra, but not. I forgot to. I did not do it today. I did it the past 2 mornings, 3 mornings, but not this morning. Forgot it this morning. And anyways, what I've seen this certain places with certain different individuals, and on that accounting, to meet somebody who is aware of the Divine Mother and accepts her reality as part with the Divine Father and so forth, and someone who can accept a Divine Mother as well as a Divine Father, that's big. That's big. That's big. It says that their mind, they're using both parts of their brain. That's what that tells me. That's what that tells me. They accept all of their brain. We have different aspects on the left and right hemisphere of our brain, different things that they do. I've got a book with certain names and all of that. I'm not going to get into the technicals or whatever the case, and I don't remember the technicals either, so I'm not trying to give you words that don't apply. Though I know that meditation is a big portion in being able to shut down one portion of the brain so as to activate the other portion of the brain that's normally dormant, and then we reactivate the other portion of the brain, and that unifies the two halves. When we unify the two halves of our brain through meditation, that gives us the mental capacity to truly be able to figure out our world through a multi-dimensional lens that we live in. We live in a physical world. We deal with emotional bullshit every day. That's a fucking dimension. We got radio and technological and all other sorts of fucking shits in our dimension that we deal with. Fuck, if you ask me, this screen right here, this reality, that's a separate dimension. Yeah, the internet's one dimensional reality, but this kind of screen thing is a whole nother. TV regard and all that, movies, that's. We live in a multifaceted environment that can kill us at any moment. And the only reason I can believe that humans are still going and kicking strong as we are is because we've had some support, whether you want to call it divine or ET or your inner guidance or the self becoming a stable pillar in a storm of chaos. Like, we got support. Somehow we got that. I looked at human history and come on, think about it. We've got 4 people on the planet, at least as far as the story goes. 4 motherfuckers on the planet, and 1 kills 1. We're down to 3 again. But that ain't good odds for fucking surviving, okay? Just from the get-go. I mean, we couldn't even make it a few generations, and have grandkids. Like, that, yeah. We've had some support. We've had massive support, and it's kept us alive so that we can do the good things, so that we can make the right decision. The future belongs to us. If we yet can be responsible with this planet, for the meek shall inherit the world. Being haughty, greedy, ugly, mean, like all of this to destroy the planet so as to provide resources so one person could be rich on top. You see, none of us get to enjoy Eden. None of us get to enjoy the world as it should be unless we're all in that capacity of unity, of meekness, of humbleness, of kindness. No, I don't need to continually gather more possessions when I know people are starving outside. Shoot, not even a city down the way. Homeless and all, whether it be cold or hot. I know people when they live on the street and it's cold right now. And I know that these people they set up, they got sometimes they can get to their resources and a lot of times they can't. So they pack away the winter stuff so it don't get ruined in the summer. And they stuck out there in the cold overnight, and that cold's pretty cold. Without a blanket, that gonna suck. I've been there. Been there. Been there. That sucks. That's why I like to have a bunch of skirts on. All my skirts. All this big old I tell you what, you put this over you and you got nothing else out in the cold, this gonna do at least something. You're gonna feel a difference with it on. It's gonna keep a little bit of your body heat in. And not gonna keep you super warm and all, but it'll keep you going a little bit better than without. But especially with a bunch of skirts, you take a couple off, still be covered, and stretch it out like a blanket. Oh, multi-versatile tactical. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. There's purpose to it. People just see an outfit. There's purpose. These, ultimately, they keep away the bad spirits. They keep away any bad energy that might attach itself to me. Seriously, bells put it off. They don't like the high pitched sound. That high pitched sound is a divine sound. That's something of heavenly sound. Lower vibrational spirits flee from high pitched sounds. So even the little bitty bells, keep them away from my presence. Don't give up on your dreams. They're worth it. Your dreams could change the world. And if you spend your life living out the desires of other people, you'll never find satisfaction, let alone peace. Peace only comes after you have self satisfaction by being content with what one has and with what one can do, with where one was and where one is. When one can do that in their own life consistently, day after day, regardless of the situation or environment, and they can see some type of positive aspect moving forward, their energy is being sent elsewhere and not into thyself. To take care of thyself is very difficult because naturally one would think this is a selfish act. But I tell you that if that's the way you think, then you already learned the lesson of selfish. You already know in your own behavior you're not selfish. And if there is a moment you're selfish, it's because resources are low and you got to make what you got last. So you have to say no to somebody else. You can't share what you have. You'll run out. Things won't work. And this is where I learned a very important lesson in life. There are some aspects where being selfish is going to benefit many. By taking care of oneself, by putting that energy into oneself, you build your energy so that it is stable, so that little comments, things here and there, they don't phase you like they would otherwise. You're secure in your vibration, living one vibrational energy, being your love. And in that regular, consistent being of goodness, that's how we truly help another person. Because then they learn to rely. They know, hey, my day's not doing good. They're going to be happy. I could just lean on that for a moment. And then after enough, that happy vibration just might wear off and they just might find something to be happy about too. And that's how that one really works. That's how I found it. And in doing that and putting those healing efforts into my own being, after all those years spent on others with, and we're not going there, we already did. We already went there. But by doing that and putting all of that into here, the joy overbounded, the strength was there, the stability was there. Oh, do I got an obstacle coming up? Shit, I can overcome that. I overcame that other shit that was in my past. I got a clean slate at this point. That's gonna be nothing. Shit, I got nothing on my back. I got nothing on my shoulders, and that's my only project. Shit, I got this. Aces, bro. Aces. And then how is life really seen as bad? Oh, okay, I got an inconvenience. I gotta work on this today. Oh, hey, I don't got nothing coming up today. I play some video games. Ah, hey, you know what? I played video games enough. Time for me to write some mantras. Time for me to read over them. Whatever the case, let me work on that study again. However, I'm gonna balance whatever I'm doing at that time. I'm free to do that. And the only way to be free in the current moment is all those things stuck in the mind. I'm going to give you a point blank easy solution. Now, I say it's easy and doing it's easy, but the after effects are the journey. And for me, I started dropping the truth. I don't like, I'd be hanging out with somebody every single day for months on end. They're already used to a certain behavior of mine. I tell them, look, I don't like how you do that. Please don't do that. All right, bro. In the beginning, I'd say that. And by the third time I'd say it, which I'm not going to return after the third time, we'd have an argument, conflict, disruption, chaos, whatever, disagreement. Stuck on that. So then I just mentioned it twice. And then, like I'd say it's the last time, and then boom, the argument would stop up there. Damn, screwed that one up too. All right, maybe if I just do it the first time, just nip it in the butt, and I'd say something. Argument. So, after long enough, I learned if I have a boundary and I say it and they disregard it, I'm done. If I have a boundary and I say it and they can respect it and remember it, shit. This person got a mind I could hang with. They got a heart I could hang with and be okay with. Oh, mistakes happen, shit happens. That's okay. That's down the line. But I've learned the difference of somebody pretending to be something they're not so as to enjoy something they don't deserve. Me growing up, whatever I did in life, I worked for it. I worked my tush off for it. Bet your bottom dollar I did. And I had people around me and they say, "You're spoiled," because they saw the stuff I had. Shit, I worked for that. I don't care I was underage. I worked for everything I got. I didn't just have my hands open and give them shit. We didn't have that kind of fucking riches. I learned really quick, really young, not to worry about what other people think, because they ain't lived my life. They ain't walked in my shoes. They ain't suffered willingly as I have in some situations so that other people could be happy. And finding a real friend in this world, someone who's actually developed some sense beyond selfishness and has learned to be selfish so as to help others. Oh, that's a different lesson altogether. I get into situations, I won't say these days, but I've gotten into situations to where I have a certain code of my own where depending on the situation, I don't give a crap if I have permission or not. You could have told me don't do it. But if I see that that would be better for the environment, that would be better for me, it'd be better for everybody involved. It's I fucking know. I know from top to bottom the situation under. I got the fucking geographical goddamn blueprints and studies and everything. I see it all. I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't care if I'm out afterwards. I don't care if you hate me afterwards. I don't care if I never go back afterwards. But I'm going to make that better. If it's in my capacity to do so, I'm going to do it. If you want to hate me, if you want to oust me, if you want to treat me bad for doing something good and asking for no reward for it, then motherfucker, I don't belong there. So let me go ahead and expose my environment for what it is. Let me go ahead and have the interaction. I'm going to do the good thing. Go ahead. We'll deal with what we need to deal with. I'm ready for it. And that's kind of one I am. Choose thy battles. That is a wise thing. Choose thy battles. Be aware of that. I'm not talking about doing this with every situation. By no means. By no means. Talk about fluidity and the ability to adjust to circumstances quite often. And so that is important. See, the fool has the ability to be in two-dimensional places at once. And people do this regularly, and they generally do it with very ill intent. But in the construct of the fool on the tarot system, the fool can very much give the insult, and in a historical way, the fool can give the insult, which is quite true, and exactly how they felt. And the royal one at the top, including everyone around, laughs. Hmm. The fool was able to be honest and make everybody laugh. He could be dimensionally three places at once because his mind and his body had to be somewhere. And then he delivered one thing and the audience reacted another way, but they all got that message and they saw the full picture of him in themselves, in their own heart, with their own opinions of how they feel about the situation, too. Multi-dimensional existence is what we have and it's what we live in. Interact with it, acknowledge it for what it is, and you will be able to go much further than the limits that have been imposed by structures putting your form and your identity in a locked box. And that's, you can't get out. Your mom, your dad, employee, janitor, whatever they put you in, you are not. Dissolve that box. Recognize your soul for who and what it is, of what you've been throughout your life, and the ability to shift and change. You have different thoughts, you have different ideas. The only reason why you did not pursue them was because somebody didn't think it was popular or cool. That's not the only person in the world. It's not the only one who has any interest. There's many more than one. There's many more than one idea, one category. You could make new categories. There's new people coming up with new interests all the time. You just might be tapping into something. It's a newfound thing nobody ever got into before. If you follow those thoughts, you'll make something. Whether you like it and go forward, maybe. Maybe you scrap it. So, I'm gonna make a second version. Maybe the next one will be a little bit. This was nice, but wait until I really introduce it to the world. However you do, you do. Okay, Rinnick Harkonnen. Rinnick Harkonnen. Okay, look, seriously, if you're serious about that hat comment, my email is cetra@yahoo.com. And I shot that in the comments there. Oh, that's probably no, that is a fresher comment. So if you are here, if you're still here, and if that comment is sincere, shoot me an email, because I would love an orange and black, if any chance of being like tiger striped, burnt orange, or like tiger stripe color, like that would, yeah, dude, that would be freaking phenomenal. I ain't saying I have money for it or whatever, but yeah, that'd be fucking cool. I would wear it. I'd wear it, bro. I'd wear it. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Or whatever she's inspired to make. Oh, morning. Good morning. Prairie Ghost 10. Oh, I love you, bro. Oh, still haunted. I was talking to somebody else. They were like, "Oh, I'll have my sister make you another hat," and I'm like, "Oh, if you're serious about that one." I want a little tiger hat. I want a little tiger hat with tiger ears. Rawr. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Oh my goodness, look at the time. I haven't looked at the chat or the time at all, and we're about 12 minutes out from ending. Oh, it's interesting because we are, I know it's the age of Aquarius right now, like predominantly, but like it's the season of Leo or something. I found it interesting because Narasima is essentially one of the aspect of that lion, very much lion. Narasima is lion incarnation, and I had written that I did not know the season of Leo, as the lion was coming up, and or whatever the month or whatever shifting into, and 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 I had actually written down the mantra, or the it's not a mantra. It's a specific name to it. I was a new one. I did. I don't remember the name of it, but but I read it yesterday and I read it today. Excuse me. I need to get better at it. Hands down on that. Yeah, on that one. But but I found it quite interesting that I happened to have that one prepared and ready and read. Uh, pretty much to go with the season and everything. So the spiritual journey and the spiritual path truly continues at every leg of the journey, always learning more, always bringing more together, and that is life. Um, to run into somebody, and man, they just got the end all be all answer for everything. Yeah, that kind of person, my time with them is going to be minimal. I don't know how long that's going to last. I want to make sure every moment can be good and try to walk away at a happy, peaceful moment. See you later, whatever the case, maybe not. Likely not. But that's the reality of things. When I see somebody that is too open, that just wants to absorb everything, I'm happy to be around that person because I certainly have some good things to impart into them. But at the same token, awareness to not just be a pure source of openness to everything out there, because there are a lot of things that are going to have bad attachments. Learn anything, study anything. I'm talking about the people that we really, really hang out with, and environments thus that are there. Sometime at times, I have noticed that there are areas that will gravitate more of a chaotic environment, and so I've learned to avoid those areas. Some of those areas I've been drawn directly to, in which I lived in close proximity to, and that's where I worked a lot of my stuff. I was sending out a lot of good energy. I was stabilizing some chaos that was going on, and trying to clean it up. I wasn't trying. I was cleaning that stuff up so that that place wasn't so bad, not such a bad energy vibing there anymore. I had work to do there. Not that I did so choosingly or necessarily mentally knowingly, but when I arrived and became aware of really what was going down in the land, I was like, holy shit, there's more work to do. This ain't about hanging out with people. This is about working with the spirits, with the energy that's been fucked off here. I've been sent to a couple places, a few places, two in particular jump into my mind, but more than two in my life of that sort of nature. And so be aware of those areas and those locations. Might be a good person, might be a friend heading into that spot. Hey, hey, let's not hang out over there. I don't want to go over there. Let's do something else. I gotta go. Well, I got something else to do. We'll see you later. I'm not gonna follow him into there. I know we came to hang out, but that's not what I signed up for. And that's what I've learned in life is people will try to get you to sign up or join or whatever the case. And as one does that, at some point somebody makes a request that is very that you're not comfortable with it. But because of the kindness they extended in the past, because of that openness and everything, one feels compelled. Well, we're in the same boat together. I might as well open the door for you. No, no, I did not come here to open that door. I did not come here to fuck with anything behind that door. I know what's behind door number one, two, and three, and I don't want any of them. I got my door right over there. And if you want to come hang out, it's fucking fun. We got games and movies and this and that, blah 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 blah. Or we could go over there, there, or there. But I'm okay. Be aware of your places, of your spaces, of that. But learn about life. Get what you need. Go where your heart desires. Ultimately, in whatever situation it is, you're the mathematician, you're the scientist, you're the investigator, you're the one who has the best idea of what to do in your situation. Me and anybody else, we can just give you ideas and options for you to put in your pocket, keep in your back pocket, things you can take care of and use in a situation and get yourself out of that rough spot. But we're not the ones there in that moment. You are. And that's why you build that trust in yourself. Put that good stuff into yourself. Give them compliments to yourself. Treat yourself. And hey, maybe you want to treat somebody else. You don't want to go by yourself. And so, okay, be aware and make the choice beforehand. I'm going to take somebody. I'm paying their way. I ain't asking for a penny back. I don't want a penny back. This ain't for them. This is for me. And I want to have a good time. So I'm just going to cover things and we're just going to be on the good side of things. That's the way I'm going to be. That's a good thing to do, too. Life sure is always a little bit nicer and funner when you got a friend to hang out with. And I appreciate you being here. We still got a few more minutes to hang around. I would encourage you for a complete answer. My headpiece is more of an experience. So, about 45 minutes to an hour after today will be a replay of today's video. You could play yesterday's video of our broadcast, and it's on there as well. But at the beginning of our day, we do speak. I read over ancient Egyptian, Chinese, Kemetic on the Egyptian side, Chinese, ancient Japanese, uh, Sanskrit, Tamil. Tamil is a Hindu language. There's a couple of different Indian languages there that I wind up reading through. I read Crow, native is to Crow, and Latin, some other pieces. And so we go over those blessings that last for, let's see, today we started, I think, like around 5:10, 5:15 at the latest, maybe 5:10 or so. We got started pretty quick off the bat today and finished up at 7. So nearly about 2 hours of a read through of blessings continuously. And I do switch headpieces, so I wear a different headpiece for that. And but this is my clothing, my garb. This is part of my journey. These are things that I've lived through and experienced, and don't live your life trying to explain everything to everybody. That's not a life lived. That's a fucking walking encyclopedia. You're divine. You can create change in this world. You can manifest realities. You could create all sorts of things. Don't limit yourself to trying to explain yourself to everybody in the world. But know that you're enough. Know that you, just being present, are enough. Your heart is enough. Your love is enough. Your goodness is enough. And if somebody thinks that you need to do more, that you need to explain more and define more, well, then maybe they should write a book on their own life, on the expertise they've gained. Maybe they should become a professor in a college or start their own programming rather than trying to make a student out of one. Come on now. Where did I sign up to go to your class? Show me the goddamn contract I signed for you to be my goddamn father and my teacher and my homework giver and everything. I never signed shit for that. Be a friend. Just be a friend. That's enough. That's enough. I heard this somewhere, and I liked it enough I still remember it. Sometimes people, they don't need an angel. They don't need an angel to come save them. They just need a friend to hang out with for a bit. That's all. They just needed a friend. They didn't need no white knight to swoop in with a sword and cut up stuff and destroy anything. They got their life together enough. They just needed a friend to give them that little, I'm not in this alone. You pick me up. I felt the love there. Because when we don't feel the love, that's when we feel alone. I love you. I appreciate you for being who you are. That love says, I'm here today, I'm here tomorrow. I appreciate you for being whoever you are. And if you can know who you are even that much better. I said it before, it was a great comment. Somebody came on and they were giving some bad comments or whatever, and they said, well, I am a troll. And I said, well, at least they can own up to it. Let them say what they want then. I love you. Live one vibrational energy as your joy, as your happiness. Till tomorrow, till we see each other and hang out again. Much love, many blessings. We'll be live 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT, all the way to 10 a.m. Much love, many blessings. Dama Kawai.